They must not like soup. Or that, or make better soup than Molina. Someone's jealous. Because they just cut my soup feed twice. So I'm wondering if being in the dungeon's going to help. Oh my god. That's some good shit. It's alright. Mary wanted some milk and pop. Anyway. Oh my god. Chica wants to whine at me. How the hell are you there? You're just little. Go on. Listen. Here, I'll bring up my plate. You can fight Patches for what's left. Alright. Ready? Now you're stuck down here with me. Sorry about the long silence. I forgot to put on. We've got Josh Reese lined up for tonight for our entertainment and listening pleasure of the Anunnakis and their cuneiforms. There was giants. I know. I can't believe they keep killing me over here. Well, at least we're still here this time. My system shut me down. Said there was it had to cut me from my what did it say? Something about my normal server. I have a thing in there that if somebody fucks with me, it kills my online service. It don't give them a chance to get into my computer, kind of thing. I think my soup was violating some kind of international laws of deliciousness. Well, good. I reset my whole computer after the second time. Good. If anything was wrong on it, it should have been reset right. And that could be somebody sneakier than my fucking firewall. I don't know. But like I said, somebody snuck around a little too much and it got sensitive and cut me off my normal server and wouldn't allow me back online. So I had to run a check through it. And it okayed itself. I don't know how this shit works. But I can tell when somebody's fucking around over here on my shit. I don't know how they do it either. I don't know how anybody would fucking do that shit. Or what they'd be looking for on my computer. I don't keep my data on a computer that is capable to even get online. Maybe they don't know that. I keep very little on this computer at all. I like to keep this computer free and running fast. So if they were looking to erase data or evidence, I learned that one when fucking Mr. Microsoft International Division CEO fucking Derek Bros started following me around. Remember I tore out the fucking Wi-Fi element in my other computer up there. Started downloading Hardline to it. The only way it could possibly ever talk to another computer is if I plugged it into one. It has no Wi-Fi or Bluetooth availability. It's out of the machine. So, yeah, good luck there. And the machine's always off, just in case Siri wants to talk to it in my sleep. And I am being sarcastic in that last night. I haven't lost it to that point. I don't give a fuck if Siri wants to talk to it or not. Bitch ain't getting access. Access denied. Motherfucker plugged off and ripped apart. It's a hard drive with a port. I know how to do that. You can't feel God no more, huh? Well, we found our creator. I could never feel God either. I never got along with God. I never understood God. And then I found out the gods was just a creation of the fucking Anunnaki who spoke of the creator of all. I was like, damn. Want to hear some? Called Bible Canon. I'm like, fuck God.
I like the creator of all better. I'm playing with your words, ain't I? And I'm fucking with your mind. I don't mean to. I'm just saying, walking you through my evolution. Yeah, well, that's why I'm like, okay, I could deal with that, creator of all. But yeah, my idea of God has been revised a little recently. Not too much though. I was pretty sure what I was reading wasn't really no God. I couldn't make head or tail of it. What the hell was going on there? And I'd read that book a lot of times, a lot of different versions of it. And yeah, I finally got a hold of some Bible canon, and I was like, oh shit, now it makes sense. Who the fuck was King James helping when he did that shit? Let's just twist this shit. Let's just twist it. It does get conflicting because of the program. And there is definitely a God, so to speak. A creator of all. I would have to agree with just one because I've only met one. I've met his result, first creation. Um, and you, everybody else, we're like extensions of that. We're the kids. And I can see that in creation everywhere I look, the mother, father, and child. And I can see where they twist everything into a fucking insane mess where we can't make any sense out of something simple. And it takes a while. It takes a while to get used to, get comfortable in your new shoes. Like, holy shit. There is a creator. And that creator is actually resident in each and every atom in existence, which we do read about. It makes sense about omnipresence now. I mean, we've actually made sense of this. And they do talk about the creator of all and lay hints about the creator throughout the Bible. There's no doubt about that. But a lot of their talk is pure Anunnaki. Pure Anunnaki. And I always wondered how the creator of all, before I even understood what first creation was and how grand fucking creation itself is, I had wondered why somebody that would create all of creation need a place for people to gather and sing hymns to him and wash his feet and shit. That just, um, yeah. But being me, I've never really lived anywhere more than 5 years. This is going on. I mean, Thanksgiving is going to be my longest point ever in a living one single domicile. Uh, I myself know people that have lived in the same home for 100 years. So I could see where the conflict of interest would go there too. Um, I wouldn't have a problem. I want some soup now. You see, that's how Patches feels. It's kind of how I feel too, because I know my soup tastes good, but I know it'll taste so much better tomorrow. And right now, those beans are crunchy. You wouldn't like it. It's actually not good right now. It just smells good. It just smells good. It's fool you soup. He's like, I fooled you. Beans all crunchy, nasty. The bacon wouldn't even be good. Because the bacon ain't even really good, even after it's cooked and sauteed and all that shit until it's like the next day and cooked in with the bean taste too. It's almost like a meaty. Cause I threw a little bit of Worcestershire sauce and like a little spot of steak sauce and barbecue both into my bean bean mix. And yeah, that'll cook into the bacon by tomorrow. All that, all. Yes, yes, that is a drool fest. As long as I can manage not to burn the fucking beans before morning, which I've done before. Don't do that. I just left it on too high with too little water in it overnight. I won't be making that mistake tonight. But I did put a lot of beans in it, so I got to put a lot of stinking water in it too. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm cooking them slow. Cooking them slow. Cook them overnight. They on the low setting. Got the lid on, steaming that soup. Can't wait. Although I think tomorrow, the first time I taste it's going to be after the dentist. So I'm going to be thanking God for soup tomorrow. I can't wait. I love soup. I love soup. I'm almost. He loves my bean soup. I love my bean soup. I hated my mother's bean soup. It tasted like bean soup. my, my shit is like, are there beans in this? Is this what I'm eating over here? Is this bean? Yeah, it don't taste like bean soup. It tastes like fucking, oh my God, this is delicious soup. It's a difference. Same beans. Same fucking beans. But it's completely different result. Oh, you just had dentures? See, that's what I'm going through right now. They're pulling and tugging and going to put dentures in. They wanted to fix them all. I was like, fuck you. I've had them fixed. Can you see that? The enamel fell off. What are you going to do? Put a bolt in my head? He's like, well, I was like, well, nothing. You're going to pull it anyway. Just give me a plate. That way, later down the road, when that fucking thing breaks, I don't have to have somebody undo a fucking bolt in my head. No brainer. Just give me a plate. Thank you. I'm with you, man. I want to start screwing shit in my head. Your tooth was for about 3 months. That sucks, Glenn. See, you need some soup. You need some fucking soup, man. Just what sucks is they only let me get in my base stock. They didn't let me show you the secret ingredients. So you're kind of fucked on making your soup taste good. I told you what they were, about how much. He says I'm on steak. Fuck the dumb shit. Oh yeah, man. See, that's where I want to be like in a couple weeks. Be like, all right, I'm back on steak because the steak's cheap out here where I'm at. Amazingly cheap because the cows are stuck in the field getting hungry, and the farmers' little buttholes are going getting a little tighter. You're gonna sell some of these cows, Martha. Gumming on steak. Well, I'll tell you what. At some point, I might. Give me a good, perfectly cooked steak. I might. Now I don't eat much beef. I just don't. Just radiated. That's the really the main fucking reason I just have cut beef out of my diet for the most part. But every now and again, like, I don't know, I've been asking Seamus what he wants for his birthday. I'll tell you what, if Golden Corral is open, we're going to go there because that boy loves Golden Corral. And let me tell you a little bit of something about his daddy. He also loves the Golden Corral. His homie is standing there. Okay, love might be a little strong. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite actual going out to eating places because homie is standing there with a flame grill, and you're right there on your in between your COVID metal or your COVID fucking bulletproof shield, talking about turn that one over right there. Yeah, just let me look at the other side. All right, let it sit there for a minute. All right, ready, now. And fucking he puts it on your plate and you go back. You don't need no steak sauce. That's why I love fucking Golden Corral, because that's the only time I really eat any beef is when I go there and I'll watch him cook that shit and I'll be smelling it and I'll be standing there with a whole plate full of fucking hot marinated fucking onions and fucking mushrooms and that hurts just thinking about it. Ah! Fucking steak, baby. Yeah. Just yep. I like watching people cook my steak. I'll give them a tip. They do it right. That motherfucker Golden Corral got it. Got it going on. Like, damn, dude. You got it going on. Here's your $5 bill. Woo. He's hiding it. They ain't got no tip cup up there at the damn. They don't expect nobody to tip the steak, dude. I do. I tip them. You stand there over a hot grill. I've been there too. It got you sick every time you went there. Damn. I wouldn't go to that one anymore. I've been lucky so far, I guess. But I also am picky as fuck about what I eat there, too. Because of that factor, I do eat their fish if their fish is fresh. Like, boom, there's that big plate of fucking fish or shrimp. If that shit looks like it's been sitting there for a while, I ain't eating it. Not until they bring out a brand new fucking plate of some hot ass fucking fresh cooked shit. And that pretty much goes from the damn sweet potato deliciousness with the nuts and fucking marshmallows on it to everything about that place. If I'm at a buffet, I ain't getting nothing that ain't got steam just coming like. It looks like there's more of it than isn't. Oh, hi, Dana. Implants? No, it's not no screw in my head. I already had that tooth thing that was stuck in my head and they had to pull out. I don't want them to drill one in there. I just put a fucking plate in there and be done with it. And then when I'm done eating, I can put that plate in a glass of water. And I ain't even got to worry about that motherfucker irritating my gums none. It's like, look, there's my teeth in water. Or whatever you soak them in, I will learn. And if they break, I have the technology. I will fix them. I'm certain I could do something. I know how to make a tooth. I watched Willie Lee do it at Oceanside, California, for months. I can do it too. I even spin it in the kiln with the wax mold and the whole deal. Good God, $1,200 a fucking implant? No, I don't have that kind of money either. See, that's why they didn't even offer that as an option. I said I wanted the cheapest fucking chompers you got. But I want these, this pulled, and then chompers inset, and then I can fucking pull them out. And he's like, we got that. Yeah, the multiple price. That's funny. That's what I'm finding out. Someone asked me how much it costs, and I was like, well, see, that kind of depends. What you getting done? That's what I'm finding out. The more you get done, the cheaper it is. Kind of. What's up, Captain? How you doing? God, this sugar hash is really good. Yeah, that's why I got a good deal. It's like take out 3, and then we'll talk about this side. I want a couple more took out, so they're giving me like a package deal. They ran it up, showed me the discount, gave me the price list. It ain't looking bad. I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling a lot better than I was last week about this time. My jaws stopped swelling so much, and I'm able to blow glass without too much pain. Yep, I got a blender. I was having myself a smoothie today. It was delicious. Then I ate hot dogs. Yeah, see, that's the day I'm looking for, Glenn. The day there is no more tooth pain. I'm seriously contemplating pulling them all out. Doctor's all frowning about it. It's like, man, you don't want to do that. You got nice teeth. I was like, no, I don't. My teeth are all yellow. So they've been yellow. He goes, but they're clean and they're nice. Some of them are in real good shape. And I'm like, yeah, well, some of them aren't, and they've given me a bad taste for teeth in my mouth. So I'm thinking this one needs to come out. He wants to doctor this one up. It's already been doctored up, and me and him are like not seeing eye to eye about that. He's like, you need something to clamp your tooth down too, or your plate. He's like, you need something to anchor it in there so it ain't wobbling around. I'm like, I don't think you understand. I just want to eat with the shit and get it out of my mouth because I don't even want them in my mouth. So we're going to rediscuss this tomorrow when we go in there, see what they got planned for my head. I want to see, because my bottoms are done. As far as I'm concerned, I could still lose a couple of teeth down here and not give a fuck because I don't try to chew up here. Although I've been chewing up here because these fucking teeth have been out. These have been out and these have been cut down. So now all of that's done. I want to get some plate down there so I can chew some fucking food. Get this motherfucker out and get a plate for the top. I want one of these pulled. I've got 2 side by side. One of them was already fixed. One of them is to the date. It's a big molar and it hasn't been touched. And the only reason I'm not even sure if it does, the only reason it might have any decay is because of the tooth next to it. And they fixed this hole in between them that for some reason it connected the teeth for the longest time. I couldn't floss on it. And then one day it just kind of fucking broke off with my floss. And I was like, that was just an extra barb there keeping me out of that junk. And now there's a gap in between the 2 fucking teeth. where I was pulling shit out of there that pumped in there and I couldn't get to it. So one of these motherfuckers is going. Period. And they're two big molars. It's probably going to be the wisdom tooth. Because it's a wisdom tooth in the back molar that I've got on this side. And then I have my canines and all that shit. Those are still good. But the fucking wisdom tooth seems like it might have a hole in the back of it too. Just a small one. I can't tell. Either way, I want it out. And I'll leave that main molar in there if any. Because it was recently fixed and it still feels smooth and new. I'd hate to have to pull that motherfucker out. You know what I mean? I'm hoping it's this tooth that got fucked. I can't tell. I haven't looked at my own x-ray. I could if I was looking at my own x-ray. I'm sure you guys could tell too. It's not hard to look at a dental x-ray and say, oh, damn, there's where that problem is. Yeah, I don't want no pockets in my mouth. I don't want that. I don't want none of that anymore. And this tooth is already traditionally giving me trouble. It still hurts. It is hurting to this day. Still hurts. I want it out of my head. I don't want it fixed. But I don't want the shot that comes with it right away. Because I am still fucked. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. See, I'm torn about that because I am fucked up still back in here. I was wiggling a little bit. I grabbed his hand. But Doc went right on in for the kill switch, you know, and hit that fucking nerve. And he'd be better off if he gave me a little bit of fucking zit, 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 and then fucking give me 10 minutes and then give me a fucking deep shot. Let me numb up a little bit so I don't feel that fucking. You kidding me? Come on, man. Who wants to feel that goddamn electric shock going into your fucking nerve? That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, because a lot of them want to go right into it as deep as they can, right into that fucking nerve initially. And you're totally unnumb. They're going through all that tissue of your fucking jaw and your cheek and shit, and you feel like you're being fucking absolutely fucking ass raped in the fucking smallest portion of your body that you possibly be ass raped in. And it hurts. And then all of a sudden he hits that fucking nerve. I'm jerking around just thinking about it, right? But fast forward 10 minutes. They always come back at you with another one. They want to set it in, right? You never feel the second one. Why in the hell don't these fucking dentists give you a fucking shallow fucking shot of this shit and numb you up before they go for the fucking kill switch? I think they're fucking sadists. I've met dentists that don't hurt you like that. Just a suggestion. You know? That was fucking uncalled for. Once I got fucking numb, of course, I sat there and held this while he fucking broke my wisdom teeth and two of these molars out of my head that I had broke off 18 years ago. Two of them, they were in there, and he surgically removed. Went in and said, "Look, man, I'm really having a cut." I was just have fun. You're not jabbing me in the fucking nerve. Have fun. I could hold still for anything at that point. If I'm numb and I'm not gonna fucking feel your fucking. I don't give a fuck what you're doing in my mouth. Really. And that was my whole attitude. The rest of I was like, yeah, you're doing just fine, man. Because he was all like, I'm really good at this. I'm like, well, actually, he's better than some of the dentists I've been to. He's way better than my childhood dentist. But he needs a little touch up on his fucking numb up procedure because it's not working. So I'm gonna have to talk to him about that too before I go let him fucking pull my teeth, man. Be like, look, you know you're gonna have to shoot me with two. I said, just shoot me with like a quarter of one, dog. Give me 10 minutes. Then come back at me and see how I act, man. Once I'm done, I'm cool. But you can't just go for my nerve, man. I'm not gonna sit here and let you do it. I'm gonna grab your hand every time and fucking butcher myself. And that's not okay. I want to pull some teeth. You have to be either nuts or have to have gone through years of fucking absolute agony with your teeth. They told me I was lucky when I was a kid because my teeth came in. My cousins who were on similar cough medicine to me didn't get their adult teeth because of the cough medicine. Mine came in weak. And ever since then, I've been fucking absolutely fucking tortured. They said I was a lucky one. I don't know if they ever went through any of this shit, but I know they didn't. They were having dentures as kids. So, yeah, there's a lot of their adult teeth they never even got. And a lot of kids back in the 70s had that happen. And they took that cough medicine off the market pretty quick. But they thought I had TB to begin with. I was sleeping on down, rich family. I was on a down everything. I'm allergic to down. It wasn't TB I had, it was fucking allergies. All I had to do is take all the goddamn down out of my fucking room and I would have been cool. Which eventually, of course, we figured out. Because nothing was showing up on the TB tests and shit. They tested me for that shit 4 or 5 fucking times. They thought I was going to die in the hospital. All kinds of shit. Middle of the night. Every time in the middle of the night, they finally clued the doctor in and says, what kind of bedding does cat have? Feathers. Yeah, that's just the way it goes, Patches. Oh, she's upset now. See, that opposing thumb rule came back out, and there's Chico with his pockets full. And Patches has no thumbs. Said only people with opposing thumbs or entities that have opposing thumbs may enjoy this soup tomorrow. And that was voted on by all opposing thumb people, whatever. Seamus looks at her and said, didn't mean to single you out, Patches. Like, oh shit. She gave me that look as I was going down the stairs like, y'all suck. Y'all suck. Give me some of your soup, bitches. Oh my God. Oh shit. Who beating up what? Where's the safest places? Shit, man. I'd look for a creton and hang on to something. If you ain't hearing no messages, you might be safe where you're at. I am. I had stuff to do, like beating up the dogs, and teasing Patches. Hi, Deborah. How you doing? Hermetic here went and found us some stem cell research. Says if you get goosebumps frequently, you're going to get more stem cells produced. And so we're calling that the fountain of youth discovery here. So thank Hermetic for your young, beautiful selves, and may you have many goosebumps. There you go. See, that's exactly should be your attitude, Thomas. If that's where you want to be, it's where you're going to be. If you're meant to live, not a hair going to be harmed on your head anyway. You'd be rising above it. Bring it. That's what I'm saying. They've hit me with an awful lot. Criminy sakes, man, I have actually had Five Eyes organization, verified motherfucking membership, climbing up my ass since fucking 2014. I didn't even know who Five Eyes existed. I was just simply pointing out the fact that my most obvious navigational tool in my navigational toolbox was doing cartwheels, and I could no longer find my way to a safe port or harbor with those nuclear missiles and 900 sailors' lives that were trusted to my ability to do so. So I felt like I should report that. And then all of a sudden, Five Eyes decides they want to fucking be lunar experts. How you doing, John? Welcome back. They want to be lunar experts all of a sudden. But nobody can bring me anything from my navigational to my calendar to my fucking anything. Just the lunar phase for preschoolers that shows that the moon should do anything other than rise and set like that as we go this way on a ball that's turning and flying through space. um, Never once has my moon taken off and flown over my head. And even yet, that still does not address about why in the hell is the goddamn plane doing fucking cartwheels. Because usually when I see a fucking plane doing fucking cartwheels in the fucking sky, I start thinking that plane's having issues. I rest my fucking case drops, fucking mic. Fuck your fucking field rotation. It doesn't even fucking come close to addressing why we're seeing wax to wane, a monthly process, each night on each point of the globe. And nobody can bring me a fucking any legitimate link, any link other than something they made in their little network of Five Eyes group that says that it's normal. And have you seen the effort they're making? The effort they're making alone as an individual, take each one of them as an individual making all these comments and these long statements. You've seen how quickly it is to search for a term. If it was such a normal phenomenon, I have to think they would be easier to bring me proof rather than all these words they're bringing to everybody's lives. And I find that absolutely terribly heart-wrenching, sad. I really do. Number one, for these people that are doing it, Jesus, there is a special place for air breathing beings in creation. I don't know where that is, and I don't know what that looks like. I just don't want to hang out when Daddy's yelling at me, because we have discovered that these folks that they're actually working for in their own writings had no idea what we were writing. They tried to assume these personalities, like Ra, for example. God knows, we call it Blue Kachina. It's a sun. I don't even think it had a name. And of course it did. But I doubt if it was ever Ra. They took on the personification and tried to hide ourselves from ourselves. They told us all of this. And the deception, the piling on of centuries of trying to hide didn't work. I'm here to testify. And so are each and every one of you who have gone to scientifically and seen the motion of everything and feel defined, and in 28 minutes had your lives changed. In 10 minutes had your life changed by watching the moon do a cartwheel when you know it shouldn't. Time established, the only time, and one of the big things that everybody would talk about every time somebody went to Australia. Oh, really? I hear the moon turns upside down there. That was one of the things on the Texas that I saw firsthand. It took a while to do down in the equator where we were hanging out most of the time out there in the Pacific Ocean out there, Guam, Philippines and shit like that, down in the southern tropical regions and shit. Fucking the moon was laying down like a fucking Muslim moon every night. And then, it was upside down by the time, of course, we made it to Australia. And that was my first trip, learning how to navigate from the north. We were in the Bering Sea when that lesson began. And you could tell when we were making loops, because we would make loops. And you could tell when we were heading north. Why? Because the moon would fucking creep back the opposite way to where it fucking went. And you're like, well, we've been going north. And then we tripped back around. And we ended up around in the southern hemisphere. And the moon was upside down. It worked like clockwork. You could tell exactly where you fucking were by the tilt of that fucking moon. And that's without a landmark. That's you had to know how to use that to find a friendly port. And I was on a guided nuclear missile cruiser, CGN-39, the USS Texas. It's a big fucking boat, had about 900 people and several nuclear weapons on board. I had to know how to fucking and be like, all right, we need to go that direction. Now, if I pointed in the wrong direction, guess what happens? You die. Everybody on there dies, and they get your nuclear weapons. See? Not good. So my life and everybody else's life depended on this helmsman understanding our fucking moon. So, and I mean, I'm a helmsman fucking qualified U.S. sailor and drove that fucking boat. So, until I see anything from the U.S. Navy correcting their fucking training of me a few decades ago, I'm going to have to continue to believe that the only way I should be able to see that moon is if I go from north to south in relation to the fucking ecliptic of our fucking solar system. Which would normally continue going like that. Because we only tilt 23 degrees, and that moon only moves 6.24 degrees in its 360-degree fucking orbit every 12 hours. Every time you're looking at it for the whole night, it moved 6.24 degrees in its 360-degree fucking orbit. Because when you're not looking at it in the daytime, it's still moving 6.24 degrees at 12 hours. But it didn't move those 12.44 fucking degrees in the 12 hours that you were watching it. It surely didn't even move that much. Let alone fly halfway through its fucking orbit like an airplane so you can see the front and the back of it. Needless to say, yet again, the plane never did a cartwheel either. So their own field rotation doesn't even address any of this. But they're working very fucking hard with their words when one single fucking link would provide $1,000 cash from the person they evidently hate like a motherfucker. Well, don't you think it would be a gleeful thing for one of them to actually be able to make a video of me fucking handing them $1,000 for a fucking NASA link that explained how normal it is for the moon to rise wax, roll 180 degrees, and set wane? I think they would do a fucking Five Eyes party. They might even make a fucking featurette about it, after school special. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Because they can't bring me my link. That's why. That's why I don't know how that works. Because they can't bring my link. That's why. You know what I mean? Come on. I had this while we was unhooked. Before we got hooked back up, I had some troll talk about, do you believe the fucking platform of the fucking 1969 fucking moon landing? And I was like, what does that have to do with the fucking moon rising wax rolling 180 degrees set and wane? Because simply put, if you fucking bring me a fucking link that says that's normal, I'll give you $1,000. Fuckwad, fucktard, fucking fuckity fuck. Eh. I left it at that. I see I have more responses. When you're dealing with fucktards and amateur fucktards, it becomes comical. And if you look at the fucktard films that I've been putting out, I'm getting pretty good response on the fucktard expose, because it's kind of funny looking at the fucktards over here squirming without any goddamn links. And you can post a link in my fucking chat. If they had one right now, they wouldn't be sitting here silent, fucking punching their kids and kicking their dogs in their screen, unable to type because they don't have a link. They'd be slapping that bitch down, saying, I want my $1,000. You saw fucking Astronomy Live try it, right? You saw him try it. You go give him up at $1,000 right now, and then you follow his link, and it's to a winter moon. Did you read that? I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. That is a NASA link. And it also expressed that the moon should never fucking do a cartwheel. The divider shadow should never roll like that per night. Ever. It's like we tilt 23 degrees and the moon orbits around us. That's the only thing that tilts the moon, is the actual orbit of the moon and its position in accordance to our tilt. Because we're spinning on that tilt steadily as it's doing this monthly thing around us. That's the only reason, and the LRO models exhibit that perfectly, because they show the whole month of it doing this number, right? And that's normal. And it's like, there's a little bit of a rock to it. That's a monthly thing as it goes around us as we're tilted 23 degrees. Well, fucking think about it. Now we're fucking opposing it and we're going up and down the fucking planet. By the time in the northern hemisphere, when we come around in the morning, we're actually coming around the bottom of the goddamn planet. And here's how you'll know this is true. Look in your morning skies as more and more of your morning sky is dark. you're going to see the Southern Cross this winter. It shows up right before dawn. It's just dawn. All the fucking shit goes away. And I mean, we're rolling. We're basically on the belly of the fucking planet coming up at the sun. Yeah, it sure looks like we're coming east, but we've laid down like that. That's why in the evening your moon looks normal-ish, but a little bit more, almost like you were on the North Pole. And then in the next couple hours, it looks really normal. Tycho Crater's right at home. And then 10 hours later, of course, that motherfucker has gone equatorial to fucking completely upside down, south hemisphere view. And that's why we're seeing that pattern. Nothing's really changed other than our tilt. So that's why you see that pattern. And it makes so much fucking sense if you think we live on a globe and if you can actually imagine that globe tilted. That's all it takes to actually see the moon roll. Now, instead of doing this motion where nothing in the goddamn room has ever flipped, and you know good and damn well the only way to make anything in your room flip is what? Tie your fucking shoes. So you're going to have to bend over instead of do this motion. So, there you go. Ta-da! Riddle solved. And it's like, oh, is that why? Because look, doing this. And then the moon used to do what? In the same way we spun, but slower. We're over here fucking. Here comes the moon in the same direction. Okay. So every night we see it damn near in the same fucking spot in the sky every night, forever. Until you lay down on your side and then it starts jumping around your fucking sky all the time. Oh, damn, that just pieced in the fucking other part of why is the moon doing. Because of that, that's why. It's fucking simple. It's the same fucking reason we lay down. The moon's still doing what it used to. Ta-da. My money is safe. Thank you. And it's so simple. How can you lie to people once you finally... Dude, I'm pretty good at making these fucking videos now. I got my BBC guy. He tells you the same thing from top of his helmet to the bottom of his helmet, and he made the moon flip. He sure as hell wasn't doing this with his helmet or going around this way with his helmet, was it? Woohoo! And they got 3 different models on them, LRO models. They show you the orbiting moon with the spinning Earth in the middle, and it shows that there's a fucking growing way and how it should look. And then they show the whole big moon the way it should look from designated north and or south hemisphere. You would imagine that they would have something for preschoolers that would tell them, well, you're early in the evening, boys and girls. And then later, when you look at it, it's totally fine. Because it's upside down. And nothing except for Eric Briggs, Dazzle the Cameraman, Astronomy Live, D5 Unser, Memory Trigger over here with the demonic. What's the new one? Who are we dealing with now? What's this new one? She's got more of them tied into her fucking channel list than any of them. What's her name? God dang. The Intergalactic Wiccan. I knew it was the witchy bitch. You know, the witchy bitch? Yeah. She ain't got nothing to back her shit up either. She's out looking for me in NASA Link right now. She's looking. She's looking for me in NASA. She's sweating. I can feel it. She's out there looking. She's like, I'm going to find me a goddamn... Don't break your finger, honey. It don't exist. So yeah, they're cute. They'll send minions, but only the dumb will come. They'll never be able to give me a link, and because of course it doesn't exist. If it did exist, it would alert most of the population of the planet that something's wrong and maybe they should move away from the fucking ocean, which is exactly what they don't want. Which is something I also noticed yesterday. Speaking of which, Eric Briggs and Astronomy Live arguing with me. I got a couple of responses on their own page. Wait a minute. That's really happening? And then they show up on my shit with a big fat wow. Okay. So they're actually helping us right now. I'm okay with that. If they send their fucking audiences over here, then that's great. But who was it? Memory said he thanks everybody for your traffic and for his free advertising. So I guess you guys are giving him some good thumbs up on his videos. So yeah. Anyways, they're providing me with great entertainment and much material to run with. I have got a 25 video list right here on this channel of your money hard at work. Some shit like that. I forget what I named it. But it is something about your tax dollars hard at work. And I got 24 prime examples for you to check out. So yeah, I have yet one link yet that I've looked for and asked all of these five eyes actual fucking agents, and you know they're in a big agency of fucking bigness over here, and they can't find me a link. They're working this hard. They're working this hard. They're working this many hours on your tax dollars, and they're getting paid good. Okay, they ain't fucking doing this shit for free. They're over here making these fucking things and following your friends and family around, you around, harassing you, and your government's paying for this. That's your money. You're paying for that service. That's cute, isn't it? Isn't it? It's cute. I think it's cute. That's beautiful shit. So, absolutely nothing I've said is wrong. So yeah, they're as aware of that as you and I, of course, but yet they're still doing it, which is sometimes it boggles the mind what somebody would do for a paycheck, and it makes you wonder just how much some of these fuckers make, because you know they're very fully aware women should not be doing part, and they are working really hard, putting in a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of fucking effort, a lot of fucking. Where do you get graphics like that? That just where do you get ideas like that? Where how do you put in your free time on a lie like that without being a monster? That's fucking insane. They're intentionally hurting people, human beings. Human beings. They're intentionally hurting human beings. Why? Comes to my mind. Why would you do that? I'm doing good, Shunka. How are you doing? I'm just hearing a quandary about some of these folks' mindset. I'm wondering why they would intentionally want to harm as many human beings as they possibly could. This is a big deal. Our planet's moon has begun doing cartwheels, and it's very evident that it's us that has laid down because the shadow on that ball is rolling. We've never rolled the shadow on a ball by rolling the ball. It's always the observer that's rolling. Has some big repercussion there by itself. And people should be known as to why the crops are failing and why the Crown Vatican DC Corporation is fucking moving into their final fucking play. Woe be to Damascus. Get the fuck out of Syria. Yeah, it rolls in unison, absolutely. The craters and the shadow. It has to be us. It can't be. If just the craters were rolling, well, that's the moon started doing a new trick. You know, honestly, in the big picture, not such a big deal. However, you hit the nail right on the head. The fucking craters standing right up with the shadows. The shadow rolling on that motherfucker is very telltale that it's not the moon rolling. It's indeed us. Every bit of that is us. Every bit of that motion, all that new stuff, that's us. So we have altered our axis. It's just that simple. If you imagine our axis was like that, now it's like that. And we still rolling the same way. Just like this cigar is still rolling the same motherfucking way. It's still rolling the same fucking way. It just tilted different. Simple as that. And that answers why our moon and why our moon. So it fits like a glove. And that so far in 10 years, it's the only working model that works for me because it's the only working model that actually makes that fucking moon flip in a consistent manner and do the tricks it does towards a half during a full moon. It does tricks because it's on the other side of this, man. It's over here. It's not where it used to. It's going to do tricks in the sky. Reason it doesn't do tricks over here is because we got our North Pole pointed a little bit more towards the sun. That's why also the South Pole is growing, and the North Pole is fucking got lakes in it because it's melting faster than they can imagine. Well, go figure. Look where the sun is rising and setting. Duh. But yeah, everything's normal. Everything's normal. So, you can tell. I mean, they're definitely not misdirected. And they are hooked up with Daz the cameraman. Every fucking one of them is in his hub. Mm. And that band's been named as Five Eyes Agent by the fucking New Zealand police. Period. Made a video. Well, it has in relation to the sun. Where's Homebrew? He did a video just recently about what is going on at sunrise. It's not what it's supposed to be. I think he may have sent me something recently and showing me some stupid shit like that. Like I need to look and see what constellation's rising, but I know it's like Leo right now. As a matter of fact, here you go. Look, see? I like me now. It ain't just me working on this shit. Between Leo and Virgo, basically. See that? That's where the sun's rising, between Leo and Virgo. Guess what? It's exactly where it shouldn't be rising. So, your hypothesis is correct, Shonka. It would affect where we are according to the sun, too. Yes, it has. Absolutely. Your thoughts are justified, Shonka. Take a bow. Golf clap. I'm kidding. Fucking cheers. But that shows you thinking. Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course it does. Absolutely, yes. It's called the zodiac, the astrology table. They realigned it when they recanonized everything back to King John or King James. Why did I want to say John? He's the elector. James is the religious dude. Keep getting those two fucking mixed up. No, I'm trying to help you because it is supposed to change, and we're coming into Libra. Libra was nowhere on that scale, sweetie. My son's birthday is in 9 days, and he is a Libra. Now, we are between Leo. Granted, it starts with an L, but not the same Libra that we were looking for. Damn it. And where else? This one is 2 months off of my birthday, the opposite way. So this one, I can't believe we're actually seeing it. Shit. Which one was it? Virgo. Virgo. I can't think of Virgo. I'm a Scorpio. It looks like my birthday, I might be a Virgo. See? See how that works? See how it works? It's the sign rising. That's the rising sign right there. That's the rising sign. That's what that means. It's nowhere near where it should be. It's not even fucking close, actually. That's the hard reality of it. That a lot of people, because of this whole, oh, the moon's supposed to, or it's not supposed to, it's supposed to, it's not supposed to. A lot of people don't even realize, yeah, it's affecting everything. Hi, Mary. Welcome back. See, Mary always sees the moon upside down. Wait a minute, not right. Probably about now. Her moon hasn't risen yet today. Darn it. It's getting to the point that we're going to be able to see it for a few more hours a day now. Doing the roll that it's begun, so you can start waking up your neighborhood, your family, and your friends again. It'll be early in the evening. It'll be laying down looking like a fucking Cheshire grin at you, smiling. Talk about I know what's coming. Yeah, Glenn. The sun has changed its path too. Absolutely. Yeah, moon. It disappears every month for about a week. One, it goes over our pole about the same time it's going to the waning motion or to the last waning moon. That last fucking sliver. It slips over our pole, and you just really can't see the fucking thing. Um, and it's setting right with the sun, anyway. So it's already in a fixed position when it's going down, pretty much, respectively to watching the thing for a couple hours across the sky before 12. That's per se for the whole 180-degree roll. That's fucking incredible. It's like, look at that. Anywhere in Cali's safe. Safety is an illusion, dog. If you have the right frequency, there's no reason you can't rise above everything. Apparently, we can fly, float, levitate, all that shit. We got a magnet in the chest. I don't know if you heard, but if a mama's telling you you might want to move, you might want to get on your fucking new shoes and walk them up if you got to. Um, I don't know. I don't know what this looks like. Somewhere safe in Cali? Probably not. I couldn't imagine anywhere. Um, somewhere safe in Cali. Maybe if safe in Cali. Maybe if you left Cali, you'd be safer. That's God. Wait a minute. That's not what you asked, is it? Uh, no. I foresee no. There's too much magma and fire and flood potential right there, just from sheer proximity. Well, all the West Coast. Actually, it isn't going to be just California. It's going to be the West Coast of fucking Australia. It's going to be the West Coast of South Africa and South America too. California's and I would say South America though, in particular. Woo. We're talking about the fucking mountains. Well, no, if you're on the other side, I'd climb a mountain and get the fuck over on the other side of those things fast, because all those mountains up and down both coasts of the fucking Americas are volcanic, all the way down through Chile, Argentina, and the fucking Panama Canal shits. All that shit's gone. I wouldn't be in Panama right now. I'd be shitting bricks. I'd be like, look, our moon's flipping and we're 50 miles wide. Bitches, I am walking to the border. I'm not kidding. And I don't care which border at that point, because you got 50 one way and 50 another. You can disappear in the jungle in South America real quick. Watch me. I'd be cool. I, I'd be eating monkey. I don't give a fuck, man. Just get me off of that floodplain. And yeah, Central America is a wash. I'm going to tell you that right now. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that spot. Costa Rica, fucking any of that. Um, well, Shunka, I would say you're on a Creton, and you should be fine. Get ready for some ash. How's that? Get ready for some ash. Respirators, little oxygen tanks. Not only tanks, but you need the fucking bags to put the oxygen in so you can rebreathe that pure shit. Because you only need like 14%. 12. Can't remember exactly. Rebreathe it into the fucking bag. That's what I'm saying. Masks. You're going to need them. So, other than that, you should be fine. Water, of course, food. Food be good. You're going to have ash. Remember ash? But see, that ash is going to keep them troops away from you. And they're going to count you in the dead zone. But Shunka been ready. Shunka been ready. She got the what she needed, and Shunka is ready for Ash. Ain't gonna be no dead Chunka in the dead zone. Gonna be Chunka chilling in the fucking lawn chair, talking about sipping a nice glass of cold beverages. Well, Glenn, you got a little magnet to take care of him, don't you? I wouldn't let my heart hurt, bro. Lighten your heart. You got an innocent. That's a good omen in itself. Your family's united. Come on, man. That's what time it is. Yeah, Antarctica ain't even real right now. And don't take that as like Antarctica's a goddamn hologram. I'm just saying that shit ain't even fucking real. I'm looking at the weather down there. Good, Chunka, and I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. I've been saving up food since we moved in here. I didn't really save up too much food. I was saving a lot of water and ended up using a lot of my water every time I saved it, which is funny. First time I had a bust of water, it froze. The whole fucking complex froze up in North Carolina. It got colder than it ever had been. It froze everybody's water up in Nashville area and where we were in the mountains. So I went through all my water I had saved, and it wasn't even the end of the world. You know what I mean? I was very fucking happy that I had. Yeah, we had about 40 gallons, and it lasted us a couple weeks. But I mean, we did everything with the water, including my coffee every morning. I had coffee at my house that I made with my water. Good, Thomas. It doesn't take much to prep. You see, I mean, just a few beans in a pot of water is going to last me and my son fucking 3 or 4 days of dinners, you know? And those are cheap. Those are only $1 at the Dollar Tree. And you can go to the Dollar Tree and fucking still get them right now. Rice, beans, and lentils and stuff like that. They're a little more, especially now. They're they're almost half again what they were maybe 6 months ago. So yeah, the prices are going up. I give you that. But if you look around, you can still find some good deals on some beans and rice. And I do suggest grabbing it because it's going to be a free for all like the toilet paper times 10. if anybody starts figuring this shit out. And it's starting to get really apparent. All the prices, everything's going up. Nobody's really sick from this. Everybody's starting to realize this is a scam, which is scary because that allows them to fucking throw in something real while everybody's off guard. Expecting the other shoe to drop? Yeah. How much is a bottle of water? Well, I get mine for free, pretty much. Real cheap, anyways. Because I have a habit of taking these, washing them out, and filling them with water and stacking them up in incredible stack because my kid goes through juice like fucking no tomorrow. And I don't give a fuck if it does come from the tap because that water will go down and taste really fucking good, even with the chlorine in it, if I didn't have any of it. So it cost me zero. Pretty much. That's what you do too. That's what I'm saying. See, there you go. There you go. See, that's $2 saved. Get yourself cheap jug of juice, couple bucks. It's the off brand. It's the same fucking 100% juice. You let your kid drink it and then wash that shit out. And if you got to, see, my kid also drinks this stuff called milk. Now, I don't like these containers as much because they're not as sturdy, okay? And milk is actually an animal-based fucking fatty thing, and you really got to wash it out. Now, granted, I've also decided that even if half of these things smell funky when I open them, you can still boil that out, but you can't boil out iridium and iron oxide. So, yet again, I'm left with, this would be better than nothing. And it was free. So I try to stick to the juice ones because those are easy to sterilize and make sure you're not going to have funk in your water. And you can keep it up to a fucking year. And wash it out again, recycle your fucking jugs, fill them back up again. By the time you get a fucking year's worth of jugs and you're starting to do the recycling, it might become an actual fucking year-long thing. Where you're just recycling the fucking jug because you got so many. You're doing good. That means you're going to have a little bit of water to drink and you should be okay. So it's not hard. It's not hard. And like I said again, you can always boil the water. You can always boil the water and purify it that way. I would suggest it anyways. Actually, any of the water that you've saved, regardless of what jug it's in, I would probably boil the shit anyway. This is probably coming from a municipal source, even if you bought it in a jug. Even if you paid $2 for it, which is what cracks me up. You read the actuals, it says came from a municipal source. That means somebody pulled the tap, turned that shit on, and filled your bottle with it. And charged you $2. You know, I've seen those water straws. I bet you they don't do iridium and iron oxide. But I've seen them. I suppose you could drink it right out of your jug with one of those, as long as you had some bottles. Because it's going to poison the waters. We've read how it poisons the waters. Well, we know how it poisons the waters. We can see how it does in the rock strata. It's iron oxide and iridium, which is the solar exhaust signature of a nova event. Go figure, it's going to sour the water. And passing through the fucking red cloud and all that shit. It's going to sour the water. So I would suggest bottling it now before it gets nasty. Because it's going to get nasty before it gets real bad. We've still got a ways to go in this process, apparently. I mean, there's a lot of things to happen. Not too many, I wouldn't say. We've got the peace accord. We've got troops marching into fucking Giza. Or not Giza, but Megiddo. And Syria. More troops backing up in Syria again. Damascus is in Syria. And it is what I have deemed as the duck and cover event. Because when that happens, your government is unleashing everybody that's waiting to kill you on you. And that's the plan. We're going to be in full mock invasion. Limited nukes. Expect it. And the water table may shift. Exactly. I keep hearing that too, but who's that coming from? Q? You know that's Donald Trump, right? You know Trump's uncle stole fucking Tesla's trunks? That sounds kinky. About a what? A gander method for water. No, I've never heard about that. Yeah, well, absolutely, Glenn. Geysers, like Old Faithful, for example, can be shifted by small earthquakes. All rivers, all that, let alone a well. A well dug by a person, but with a fucking hole in it, about like that, with your little well shaft going down there. You think that's going to be okay? Good luck. You know what I mean? I'm with you. It can shift. Even if you got an artesian spring, I'd count on it shifting and being in your neighbor's yard. It still leaves you completely, absolutely fucked, especially if your neighbor don't like it. Then he's got your sweet fucking spring water and you ain't got dick. See, bottle it now. Yeah, I know. I know, Glenn. I know. I point a lot. I point at a lot of things. I'm glad you looked, though. I'm glad you fucking look. You know, that's up to you to look. It's up to you to fucking look. I can't. How many people have I not been able to make look? Look, they're still coming back at me with fucking. I'm a fucktard. I'm, I'm a fucktard. I want to help lead other people to their fucktard death. You know, they're over here commenting in my. Let's see what they have to say. I've got two comments since the last two. Now, who am I lucky enough to have comments for? Oh, it's Astronomy Live twice. All right, let's see. January through March tends to be the season when the waxing crescent moon appears, most like a. And then no, you mean the time that? Oh, he's He's over here saying he didn't tilt that picture. Did you see him tilt the picture? Did you see him tilt the fucking picture? And he said he didn't tilt the picture. So he's over there talking about that. I want to hear about his moon stuff. Indicates that the moon should look horizontal. Ish. Yeah, so what? It lays down in the winter. That's a what? But it shouldn't flip. Oh, now he is asked more importantly about his predictions to predict the phenomena. I can suck my dick, astronomy. Bring me your link, you little fucking bag. Oh my god. He's so pathetic. Hang on. Wow. All those words and not one link. Expressing the normal. Shit. Wow, all those words and not one link expressing the normal rise, wax, roll 180 degrees, set wane as it is globally. Yes, that is because our axis shifted, silly boy. Do the math. So bring me the link or forever be a loser. I mean, as hard as you've been working to prove me wrong with your words, think of how many fucking legit links expressing the roll, not the seasonal tilt, you could have brought me for $1,000. If it existed. Simple as that. So there's my answer to Astronomy Live. Yeah. January through March, it tends to lay down a little bit. It sure does, but it's not normal for it to fucking do a cartwheel, right? Because that's what we're talking about here. And the guy just keeps avoiding it. He'll avoid the subject. He'll try to piss you off. And it's like, don't let the guy piss you off. He's just a little fucking weasel dick. But seriously, I mean, dude, he went into a fucking long paragraph like this. Moon cartwheeling normal. Search term, bring me the goddamn link. Over, right? Here's your $1,000. I don't ask for much. I don't ask for all those words. I don't ask for that fucking 10, 15 minutes it took him to fucking type that shit. I didn't even read it. I read half of it and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. He's trying to convince me because it's winter. The moon should be doing cartwheels with a fucking article that says the moon should lay down a little bit in the winter months. Like I just explained to everybody because of our fucking tilt for the season. When the moon is gone, it's normal. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. Yes. When the moon is gone, it's normal. It's fucking awesome. Awesome deduction, Glenn. That's fucking beautiful. Every month when the moon disappears for a few days, it's normal. Yes. No other time. I fully agree. That's some funny shit. I mean, absolutely, it's our fucking spin causing it, but it's our orientation which caused the moon to begin this in the first place. It never did that. It's impossible to fucking flip something if you're doing this. You're not flipping anything. It's just da, 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 da. Everything's coming from east to west. It's going that way. Nothing flipped. Ever did. Ever will. Never can. I don't care if you're on a 23-degree tilt. It might look a little bit different coming around, but it sure as hell ain't doing this number until you bend over and touch your goddamn toes. And everything flips, just like what we're seeing in the sky. And that is your ecliptic. Simple as that. The floor is your fucking ecliptic. What are you going to do? Everything on the floor is part of the fucking solar system. Spin circles till you fucking fall down. Only when you hit the ground does anything flip. Working model, right? Fucked hard. Oh my God, that's just simple logic, right? I mean, I thought it was. But look at these guys; they're working really hard. You got to give it to them. They're working hard. They get good money. They get good money to do this, right? They have to. I mean, they have to get good money to lie to people openly in public. In public, they're doing this in public. Yeah, the man in the moon should do a cartwheel every fucking night. Yeah, great. Yep, sure should. Great. What fucking universe did these motherfuckers crawl out of? Five eyes. Every one of them's five eyes. Is that a coincidence? Do we think they're from a different timeline? No. I think they're fucking paid to do this. Actually, it's been time proven that they are. So there's that. Now who's the fucking nut? That's the funny thing. It's like, actually, I can prove everything I ever said about this fucking organization, who these people are. I got a little fucking push. What's mama doing right now? Sorry, I gotta check in on mom. I haven't looked for a little while. Oh, nifty. That's normal. Normal. Yeah, normal. Lots of normal there. What we got two field lines. We got two field lines. Two magnetic field lines. That's fucking normal though. Yeah, that's normal. No, really, that fucking big fucking IMF line, fucking magnetic, fucking big conglomeration behind us, pushing up in us, and the fucking closed field lines behind us, and all that fucking woogie woogie and the induction heating. Normal. If you live in a multi-sun system, let's see what our polarity's doing. Oh yeah, see, same thing. Completely reversed arrow in the polarity pointing at the sun. Fucking big wall effect. Completely opposing charge coming in from the backside as the front side. Only a living, breathing sun could do that. So let's see. Yep, normal in a multi-sun system. So we'll go with that. That's what's going on right now over our heads. It is a battle for souls. They've got a lot of souls, a lot of them. You've seen the subscription list on all of these fucking pages I've shown you. They've been at it for years. They've got a fucking whole herd of fucktards. And I feel sorry for each and every fucking one of them. And I hope to turn some of these fucking monsters into or these demons into fucking angels and start fucking righting what they've wrong. And some of these new ones, this other one, I don't know who the fuck that is. She's tied in with everybody. I don't know who the fuck that is. That's a new one on me. She's a new account. But you can see these fuckers. Look, they're grown adults. They're not doing this by accident. They're not going home and doing this on their computer time. They're doing this at work. They're doing this at work. They're doing this at work. And that work is literally paid for by you through your taxes and our various governments. They're doing this at work. That's what bothers me the most. This is part of why I stepped down, because of this kind of bullshit. They were talking about fucking lockdown and fucking everybody calm, washing away. I saw that as like, I mean, they tried to feed me as a good idea. Okay. I disagreed violently and angrily. Oh, you just looked at this wall? Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, we got what, four, 2, 3, 4 fucking pole lines. Normal. If your planet happens to be experiencing magnetic compression due to multiple suns converging for a perihelia event, yeah, sure, it's normal. Absolutely normal what we're seeing in this fall. Blood red moon. Sounds beautiful, Valerie. actually. I mean, enjoy it, right? That just sounds beautiful. In Victoria, where British Columbia, Canada. Yeah. Well, you're directly under the Crown law, pretty much openly, are you not? More so than we are. You're definitely the Crown's bitch. Openly. We ain't. Although we are. Oh, Melbourne. Okay, Melbourne, Australia. Although we here, you're still you're a crown bitch in Australia. I ain't telling you, but you share the same fucking flag. It's 180 nations. Don't worry, we're all there with you. We're all there with you, Mary. It's the Crown Vatican DC Corporation. We still love you down there. It is crap. It's absolutely crap. But the funny thing is, most of you Australians actually are pretty aware of the crap that you're being fed, because that seems to be a consistency with y'all folks. America, we just want to share our freedom with you. If you don't stay in line, God damn it, we'll bomb you freer than you ever been. So you better stay in line. See, that's what we do for the Vatican. We enforce their fucking Vatican rule with our fucking bombs and their British finance with, yes, you guessed it, our bombs. Oh, it can't happen to us, Glenn. We're America. You see the Gwyn towers going up everywhere, right? You see the effort of propaganda around me. Little me, dude. That seems to have convinced a few people itself. You're like, wait a minute. I'm on this fucker's page. I mean, seriously, people started noticing that they were and they were like, oh damn, and then I see him over here talking about wow. And that was their only comment so far. Oh my god. Stage 4 life. That's what I'm talking about. Martial law, medical martial law. Um, yeah, crap towers at 5G. Yeah, that's not for us. That's 5G is a military frequency. It's called GWEN, all capitals, GWEN communication systems. Look at those components and tell me they're not what you're looking at. It's like, oh fuck, because those components are 5G, 5 gigahertz communication systems. They're weaponized and military licensed, not for civilian use. Very specifically against the law. Oh, so you know this. You know this. That 5G spectrum is registered military only. Look at the folks installing the Gwyn towers around you. They're military contractors. It's not civilian use they're installing that shit for. Yeah, and they're actually very distinguishable. between them and cell towers and regular cable towers, for example, for cable TV and shit. Totally distinguishable. Absolutely. Well, yeah. Well, to a point, Valeria, but at all times they were owned a British a penal colony. Um, and then the Brits basically went into Australia and killed everybody. and then freedom, gave them freedom. They gave them freedom. So, yeah, no, no, they're owned by the crown more openly than we are, even. And we are part of the crown. We're literally part of the crown. They're openly, but see, here's the problem with that, and here's where the next step comes. That is crucial that it remains that way. How are they going to get everybody in the world pointing their fingers at the U.S. regime if the U.S. regime is not a thing and it's actually the Crown Vatican pulling the D.C. corporation fucking strings? See, they can't let the world understand that either, because what's coming to the U.S. is going to be fucking hell on wheels as soon as we make Damascus dust. The fucking peace treaty is going to. You've read the script. You've read the script. They got to be able to throw us under the bus. So they've kept that under the rug, of course, so to speak. Nobody understands that it's actually the Crown Vatican DC corporation doing this. See, they look at the US regime. It's the US and its allies. It's always US in the lead. US this, even though in battle, in any other military situation, our generals take the orders from the UK commanders. Always. Yeah, they're in lockdown. Hard. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are brainwashed all over the globe. Yeah, they gave away their guns. Well, they went down there and murdered everybody, Mary. It's and exactly the slow boil after all that. Um, then they divided everybody, the Aboriginals from everybody else, all that. They did to you what they did here. They do it a little bit different than everywhere than wherever they go. They did it in India. They did it in China. They did it in Russia. They print all of these countries' monies too, every one of them. And everybody looks at everybody like, oh, Russia and China, they're gonna fucking hoopty on us and everything. Not really, because if you actually look at Russia's structure, they're very Vatican oriented. Period. Way Vatican oriented. It's the Black Pope that rules over Russia, the Protestants, all that good shit. It's controlled opposition, is what it is. They take their marching orders from the same exact motherfuckers that the U.S. president takes his marching orders from. Period. Yeah, Portland wouldn't be a good spot to hang out, I don't think. I mean, especially look at it now. That's a fucking powder keg just waiting to happen, I guess. So's Denver, I guess. It's starting to go on everywhere. And they're importing all these fucking rioters. It ain't the Denver people or the fucking Portland people or any of these people doing it. Kind of like what we're seeing here on Facebook, where these aren't real people. They're fucking Five Eyes agents that are paid to fucking troll real people like us. That's what we're witnessing here on the street. It's no different than what we're witnessing right here on my page. I'm just making a more peaceful video about it than the news channels are making with what's going on out in the street. It's the same game. What, the new king? You mean the new Messiah in Israel? Well, look, it's not a coincidence that he's showing up. Do you think it's a coincidence? I don't. I'm not surprised. Kind of expected it. I read it in the script somewhere. I just said we're coming up to the quickening, didn't I? This week, at some point. So we're coming up on the quickening. This is a quickening. After 10 years of tribulation, this is a quickening coming here. Are you heading out, Glenn? Or are you just giving everybody hugs? Because I'll give you hugs back, man. Blow some smoke in your face. Well, we love all that nobility, Deborah. See, that's the problem. These bloodlines been ruling over us too long, and we've been fighting over which bloodline is the coolest. And I don't think either one of them are very cool. And they came from the sons of Inky and Enlil. Inky and Enlil, keeping in mind, were two fucking alien brothers, half brothers, that fucked their sisters and everything else that didn't move fast enough. They blamed us for all of their inequities. They made us specifically to be slaves and embedded this fucking genealogy into us that required us to rebel. They've been countering everything they've ever done. They had, what's up, Enlil? How you doing? How's your Inky? They encountered the creator of all in their dreams, both Enlil and Inky, haunting them, telling them both, give the fucking planet back to these motherfuckers over here. The Earthlings shall inherit the Earth. How many times you gotta be told, get the fuck off the planet by the fucking creator before a fucking supernova happens? Guess what? Go home. Put some shields up on your planet. Be a brother in creation instead of trying to be a master of us and our planet. Let her out of her goddamn hole you trapped her in, and we're going home. And, you know, I hope to see y'all in planet heaven on the other side of this. I really do. So does mom. But if we don't, well, it was nice knowing you. Not really, but wish we could have got to know you because that would have meant that you changed your hearts and was brothers in creation and wanted to be cool cats. And we could hang out and puff together. But being how you want to be dicks, you're just a puff of smoke. Oh my God, motherfucker can lay down a fucking line of fucking shit talk and I ain't even got to be face to face with no Anunnakis. Watch me. Watch me shit talk in a nice manner and fuck you the whole time. Anyway, that's my lowdown on Enlil and Inky. They're what are you gonna choose? The lesser of two evils. I'm gonna choose the mama and the daddy as a collective and the children. What you got? How do bears happen? How do people happen? How do plants happen? You got the mama, you got the daddy, you got the fucking baby. One form or another, you got to have the fucking male, the fucking female, and the fucking child to perpetuate anything, any life, all life that I am aware of. You have to have, unless it's amoebic. We're still not. We're still on a. I don't see no magnet in amoeba. I ain't sure where they fit. We ain't got that answer yet. Anyway, we're all connected, man. We're all part of God, one creator. Without that understanding of what first creation is, who the creator is, what you actually have to do to be meek, you're shit out of luck. But the good news is that's not a whole lot of fucking stuff you got to know. It took me probably. I still can't twerk, so it took me less time to learn that than it did to twerk because I still can't do it. I mean, I can twerk, but I can't twerk well. You wouldn't want to see it. It's ugly. It's like, fuck, old man. But I put those three together. I was like, mom, dad, child, fucking meat. Who got you? So it ain't much to learn. That's all I'm saying. Oh man. Please don't see. See, I have votes backing my fucking opinion up. You don't want to see it. I'm glad. You don't want to see my twerk. It's a sad twerk. I can piece together fucking the trinity of mother, father, child a lot faster, a lot better, a lot prettier, a whole lot prettier. Than my personal twerk style. You just don't want me to subject you to that shit. I will try to refrain at every chance I get. Now, you may see me do occasionally the funky chicken and the white boy shuffle, and maybe combine thereof at the same time. But you ain't gonna catch me twerking too often. I just haven't mastered it yet. White boy shuffle, I got down. Funky chicken, like the back of my hand. I got that funky chicken. I can funk a chicken out. Just don't get me funky chicken and on the dance floor because you're just gonna have to stand back. But yeah, I can promise you this much: I will not twerk as much as possible. Not mastered that one yet. I'm gonna work on that a little bit more after I learn how to fly. I just want to fly. That would be interesting. Although I think I might be a little bit scared to try to fucking fly too much on my magnetic field right now because Mama's magnetic field's doing all kinds of stuff. We only got what couple pole lines. I would hate to use one of the only two pole lines we got just to fucking go traveling around. So we're gonna have to wait on that till Mama's done pushing. I think. I don't know how that's gonna work. I need to get some water. I'll be back.
Gonna actually have to do some kind of work. I've got a brand new tank of oxygen, brand new tank of propane. Oh, what you doing, boy? Back in the day. Yeah. Oh, back. Back. No, back. No. I gave the baby a hug. Sorry, Patches.
Oh, Patches upset. I give Seamus a hug. We'll fly high. I'm working on it myself. Now I want to make some corkscrew stuff. I got my soup started, got my kid fed, got my ass full of some good stuff. We got some Josh lined up just for us. There was giants in them days.
Dawn of the goddess.
Uh-oh.
Come, Gilgamesh, be thou my lover. There are hardly any other few words here spoken by Inanna that epitomize the unintended consequences of the post-diluvial relationship between gods and earthlings.
Yeah, it means after flood.
In truth, after it was realized that the Anunnaki could have all the gold they needed just by picking it up in the Andes, there was no reason for them to stay on in the old lands. And Lil, according to Zisudra, changed his mind about the imperative of wiping mankind off the face of the earth after he smelled the aroma of roasting meat, the Thanksgiving sacrifice of a lamb offered by Zisudra. In fact, the change of heart among the Anunnaki leadership began as soon as the scope of the calamity became clear. While down below the avalanche of waters swept everything away, the gods were orbiting the earth in their aircraft and shuttlecraft. Crammed inside, the gods cowered like dogs, crouched against the walls.
Little bitch.
The Anunnaki were sitting in thirst and hunger. Ishtar cried out like a woman in travail. The Anunnaki gods wept with her. Alas, the olden days are turned to clay. Most touched was Nimma. The great goddess saw and wept. Her lips were covered with feverishness.
Well, it's because she literally...
My creatures have become like flies. They fill the rivers like dragonflies. Their fatherhood taken away by the rolling sea. When the tidal wave retreated and the twin peaks of Mount Ararat emerged from the endless sea, and the Anunnaki began to bring their craft down, and Lil was shocked to discover the survival of Noah. Long verses detail the accusations hurled at Enki once his duplicity came to light, and his justification of what he had done, but equally long verses record the vehement reprimand that Ninmah directed at Enlil for his "let's wipe them off" policy. "We have created them, now we are responsible for them," she in essence said, and that plus the realities of the situation convinced Enlil to change his mind. Ninmah, a female of Shakespearean dimensions, were he to live in her time, had played major roles in the affairs of the gods and men before the deluge, and she did so though in different ways thereafter too. A daughter of Anu, she was caught in a love triangle with her two half-brothers, having an out-of-wedlock child, Ninurta, with Enlil, after she was prevented from marrying Enki, whom she actually loved. Considered important enough to be granted one of the first 5 pre-diluvial cities, Shurupak, she came to Earth to serve as chief medical officer of the Anunnaki, but ended up creating Amaluti, workmen for them, earning her the epithets Ninti, Mami, Nintur, and many more. Now she saw her creatures turn to clay, and she raised her voice against Enlil. Thereafter, she was the arbiter between the rival half-brothers and their clans. Respected by both sides, she negotiated the peace terms that ended the Pyramid Wars and was granted the sacred 4th region in the Sinai Peninsula with its spaceport as neutral territory. A long text describes how her son Ninurta created a comfortable abode for her amidst the mountains of the Sinai Peninsula, resulting in her Sumerian name, Ninarsa. She was worshipped in Egypt as the goddess Hathor. There you go. That explains everything you need to know about the Temple of Hathor at Dendera. Built to the scale of giants, it depicts advanced technology. That's why. She was worshipped in Egypt as the goddess Hathor. Hathor literally means the abode of Horus. And in her old age was nicknamed the cow both in Sumer and in Egypt for her asserted role in breastfeeding demigods. But at all times, whenever the title Great Goddess was used, it was always reserved for her. Never married, the original maiden of the zodiacal constellation we call Virgo, she had, in addition to her son with Enlil, several daughters by Enki born on Earth as a result of lovemaking on the banks of the Nile. The tale that has been misnomered, a paradise myth, ends with Ninarsa and Enki engaged in matchmaking, pairing off young goddesses with Enkiite males. Prominent among them were spouses chosen for Ningishzida, who's also Thoth, Enki's science-knowing son, and for Nabu, Marduk's son. Powerful matchmaking feats to be sure, but as we shall see, not the last of Ninarshik's power links and string pullings through births and marriages, in which she was joined by her younger sister, the goddess Bau, and by Bau's daughter, Ninsun. Bau, who had also came from Nibiru, was one of the Anunnaki female great gods. She was the spouse of Ninurta, which made her daughter-in-law of Ninarshik. But Bau herself was the youngest daughter of Anu, which made her a sister of Ninarshik. Both ways, these relationships served as a special bond between the two goddesses, especially so since Bau, too, had gained a reputation as a medical doctor, credited in several tales of bringing the dead back to life. When she and Ninurta settled in a new sacred precinct that a king of Lagash, Gudea, had built for them. Gudea. He's the guy that's had his name misinterpreted on the Bat Creek stone, the Bat Creek inscription found in the Cherokee burial mound with a red-headed giant with this inscription under the back of its head that said, "For Gudea," not Judea as it's been misinterpreted. When she and Ninurta settled in a new sacred precinct that a king of Lagash, Gudea, had built for them, the place became a kind of field hospital for the people rather than for the gods. By the way, that gives us a good indicator. It's around about the time when these giant Anunnaki types were here in North America building mounds. During the time of Gudea, he was a Enlilite king. And they found the Back Creek inscription, the Back Creek stone found in Alabama, actually has an inscription that says for Gudea. Yeah. Like, again, I'm going to have all that in the film, but that gives you a good idea of roundabout. We're talking about roughly 7,000 years ago. A unique aspect of the love for humankind that Bao picked up from Ninarshuk, lovingly named Gula, the big one. She was invoked in prayers as Gula, the great physician, and in curses was asked to put illness and unhealing sores on an adversary. The nickname, in any event, correctly invoked her hefty size. If Ninarshuk was the first, always a bridesmaid but never a bride, Ninsun, her granddaughter, was always a bride. For a line of renowned kings claimed to have been her sons, among them the great Gilgamesh. Starting with his father and continue into the third dynasty of Ur and beyond, she outlived one mortal spouse after another. Her family album, were she to have one, bulged with children and grandchildren, starting with her own 11 children, with the deified demigod Lugalbanda. The three, Ninarshuk, Bao, Ninsun, formed a trio of goddesses who had a hand in steering Sumer's royals in life as well as in death. A fourth principal female activist, Inanna, or Ishtar, had, as we shall see, her own agenda. Having reconciled to sharing the earth with mankind, the Anunnaki set out to make Earth habitable again after the deluge. In the Nile Valley, Enki, Ptah, to the Egyptians, built dams and sluices to drain off the floodwaters, and in the words on papyrus, to lift the land from under the waters. In the Euphrates Tigris plain, Ninurta created habitable areas by damming mountain passes and draining the water overflow. At a chamber of creation, in all probability, situated on the great stone platform that the Agigi had used as a landing place, Enki and Enlil supervised feats of genetic domestication of plants and animals. The zeal with which all that was done suggests that the Anunnaki leaders were captivated by their own vision of becoming interplanetary benefactors. Right or wrong, they did create the Earthlings to serve them well as toilers in the mines and fields. So a new state visit to Earth circa 4000 BC put in motion a decision that it was only right to give mankind kingship, civilization by rebuilding pre-diluvial cities exactly where they had been and establishing several new ones. Much has been written based on archaeological discoveries of how cities became cult centers for this or that particular deity. In a sacred precinct where priests provided the resident deities with the leisurely life of privileged overlords, but not enough has been written of the role of at-large deities who were the mainstay of civilized advancement. A deity, Nidaba, who was in charge of writing, overseeing regular as well as specialized scribal schools, or Ninkashi, who was in charge of the beer brewing that was one of Sumer's firsts, as well as part of its social life, or Nina, who supervised the land's water resources. So beer came from the Anunnaki. I should have fucking known, right? Those deities were goddesses. So was Nisaba, also known as Ninmamula, Lady of Many Planets, or the Lady of the Solar System. An astronomer whose tasks included providing celestial orientation for new temples, not only in Sumer but also in Egypt, where she served as Shisheta. Another female deity, the goddess Namshi, was mistress of the calendar who determined New Year's Day. Added to the traditional medical services provided by the group of Suds, one who gives succor, who arrived with Ninma, the specialities overseen by goddesses embraced every aspect of civilized life. The increased and more assertive role of goddesses in the affairs and hierarchy of the Anunnaki was expressed graphically at a sacred Hittite site called Yazilikaya in central Turkey, where the pantheon of 12 leading deities carved on rock faces is depicted as two equal groups of male gods and female goddesses marching towards each other with their retuning. In the relations between Anunnaki and Earthlings, the increasing feminization was enhanced by the actual power and authority wielded by the second and third generations of Anunnaki on Earth. In the olden days, the nurse son was retitled Nin-Lil, which became Enlil's spouse. But her title, Lady of the Command, did not make her an Anunnaki commanding leader. Ea's spouse, Damkina, was retitled Ninki, Lady of Earth, when he was renamed Enki, but she never was mistress of the earth. Even Ningal, spouse of Enlil's earthborn son, Nanar Sin, who in official portraits shared equal status with him, had no known authority or powers of her own. Things were different when it came to goddesses born on Earth, as shown by Nanar and Ningal's daughters, Ereshkigal and Inanna. When Inanna was granted Uruk, she turned it into a powerful capital of Sumir. When Marduk caused the death of her bridegroom, Dumuzi, she launched and led an intercontinental war. When she was made divine head of Arata, she insisted that it be granted the full status of the third region. She could and did select kings and ordered them around. When Ereshkigal was less than enthusiastic about marrying Enki's son Nergal, who was bald and had limped from birth, she was promised to become mistress of his African domain called the Lower World. It was the continent's southern tip. Ereshkigal made it into the site for crucial scientific observations involving the deluge and in subsequent times of determining zodiacal agents. Text after text described the ruthless determination with which Ereshkigal wielded the resulting powers. And one key area in which all these changes came to the fore was the issue of demigods. With the institution of kingship came the function and persona of a king, a lugal, a big man, El Jefe, residing in his own egal, the palace. He ran the administration, promulgated laws, dispensed justice, built roads and canals, maintained relations with other centers, and enabled society to function, all on behalf of the gods. It was by and large a formula for growth, achievements in technology and arts, and prosperity. As begun in Sumir some 6,000 years ago, it laid the foundations for all that we call civilization to this day. It was only natural that someone would come up with the idea that the best Lugal would be akin to the demigods who were around after the deluge and thereafter too. Endowed with more intelligence, physical strength and size, and longevity than the average earthling, demigods were the best choice to serve as the link between gods and mortals. To be the kings, especially so when the king also served as the high priest allowed to approach the deity. But where would those post-diluvial demigods be coming from? The answer, extracted from varied texts, is this: they were made to order. With a few exceptions, the Sumerian king list provides no direct information on the demigod status of the kings who made up the first dynasty of Kish, the one that started post-diluvial kingship under the gaze of Ninurta. Like the king list, we have dwelt upon Etana and his legendary space trips, including that his Earth length, 1,560 years, and eligibility for space visits to Nibiru indicate his demigod status, which is further corroborated by a notion in another text that Etana was of the same pure seed as Adapa. We have also pointed out that some of the names of subsequent kings of Kish, such as En-Me-Nuna of 660 years and En-Me-Baragi-Si of 900 years, suggested the presence of demigods in between their non-divine successors. In Tablet 1 of the Great God List, following the Enlil group and the Ninurta listings, there are 14 names that start with the Lugal, divine Lugal, Yeshida, divine Lugal, Zaru, etc. Unknown otherwise, they represent demigods entitled to the Dingir determinative, who either did not reign in Kish or were known by other names. Where data is provided, we find a major change in demigodness in pre-diluvial times and for a while thereafter. Demigodness stemmed from the pure seed of a male parent. So-and-so was the son of D-Utu, etc. It was thus quite a change when a king named Mes-Alim, a name whose significance we shall soon explore, ascended to the throne of Kish. One of the discovered artifacts, a silver vase, bears this telltale inscription: Mes-Alim, king of Kish, beloved son of D-Nanarsa. Since there is no way the king proved correct in all his other inscriptions, would have dared present the vase to the goddess if it were not true, a birth involving Nanarshag as the mother has to be considered in spite of her advanced age. This could include artificial insemination, which was in fact claimed in another instance in which Nanarshag was involved. That such pre-assuring from birth the demigod qualifications of future kings was practiced by the Anunnaki is documented by the long and clearly written inscriptions regarding a king named Eannatum in the city of Lagash, whose patron god was Ninurta, here named Ningirsu after the city's sacred precincts.
Ningirsu.
Reigning circa 2450 BC,
I know that.
Eannatum attained fame as the fierce warrior whose feats were recorded both in text and on monuments, leaving no doubt about his history. On a Stella Known exhibit in the Louvre Museum, he claimed divine ancestry through artificial insemination and a birth involving several deities. Here's what the inscription said: Divine Ningirsu, warrior of Enlil, implanted the semen of Enlil for Eannatum in the womb of question mark. That's pretty definitive right there. And we know about his history of planting that seed, don't we? I'll say pouring that seed. Inanna accompanied him, named him worthy of the temple of Inanna in Ibgal, and sat him on the holy lap of Ninarsa. Ninarsa offered him her special breast. Ooh, her special breast.
Yeah.
Is that where the fucking
chocolate milk? Chocolate milk.
Comes out of?
Ovaltine.
Well, you don't get the regular breast, the one that the regular humans drink out of, but you get the special breast.
It's got the Ovaltine blowing cold.
The special breast, huh?
That's how
Ningirsu rejoiced over Eannatum, semen implanted in the womb by Ningirsu.
Here we go. More stuff. Begatting.
As if to answer a future question, the inscription went on to describe the giant-like size of Eannatum. Eannatum. I don't know why I have such a weird time saying that. It's like three words put together. Eannatum. Eannatum. Ningirsu laid his extent upon him for a span of 5 forearms. He set his forearm on him, a span of 5 forearms for him he measured. Ningirsu with great joy gave him the kingship of Lagash. So here we go, we have another spawn here that happens to be a giant. The term forearm, usually translated cubit, represents the distance from the elbow to the end of the midfinger, on the average about 20 inches.
Right there.
Eannatum's span of 5 forearms means he was about 100 inches, or over 8 feet tall. An instance of artificial insemination is also recorded in the Egyptian tales of the gods, when the god Thoth, or Ningishzida in Sumer, extracted semen of the dead and dismembered. Extracted semen of the dead and dismembered Osiris.
Oh shit!
And impregnated with it Isis, the wife of Osiris, who then gave birth to the god Horus. A depiction of the tale shows Thoth combining 2 separate strands of DNA to attain the feet. In the case of Eonatum, we have a clearly described similar instance in Sumir in which the foremost son of Enlil was involved. The foremost son of the opening statement regarding semen of Enlil is understood to mean Ninurta's own semen, carrying as it did the seed of Enlil. Eonatum was followed on the throne in Lagash by the king Entemena, and though stated in inscription to have been the son of Eonatum, he was also repeatedly described as endowed with might by Enlil. Nourished with the sacred breast milk of Dinarshad, the two kings belonged to the first dynasty of Lagash that was installed by Ninurta in reaction to the transfer of the kingship from Kish to Uruk, and there are reasons to believe that all 9 kings of the first dynasty of Lagash were demigods in some manner. Boy, now I get it. That's why that's why Special Forces looted those statues out of the Iraq National Museum during the invasion in 2003. I get it now. Because those little clay reptilian statues depict this reptilian alien thing suckling a baby to its breast. And that's what they're referencing there. And it's clearly, when you look at those statues, it's clear that's an alien. And one of them has like an apron on. It looks like some kind of worker. Yeah, those are no question Anunnaki statues. And I think it's as more people have figured this stuff out, it was in their best interest to, I think there's something to it. Because they're made out of clay, I think those statues are actually some kind of vessel for some sort of genetic material. That's what I believe. The manner in which he was engendered, Eonatum claims, allowed him to assume the title of King of Kish, linking him genealogically to the venerated Kish dynasty and its patron god Ninurta. While we can only guess how other kings of Kish qualified as demigods, no guesswork is required as Sumir's capital moved from Kish to Uruk. There, Utu is named as father of the very first king, Mes-Kia-Gasher. Utu, later known as Shamash, the sun god, it need be kept in mind, belonged to the second generation of great Anunnaki born on Earth. And its fathering of the head of a new dynasty must be considered a major milestone, a parenthood change from the olden gods who had come from Nibiru to an earthborn and bred male deity.
The sons of Enlil.
This generational change with its genetic implications was followed on the female side with Lugal Banda, the third king to reign in Uruk. In his case, it was a goddess, Inanna, who was identified as the mother. The twin sister of Utu, she too was a second generation Anunnaki earth baby.
Mm-hmm.
That was followed in Uruk by a second divine maternal involvement, the naming of the goddess Ninsun as wife of
Inanna is one of the first known names of a poet on the planet. She was known to write one of the first in the Lamentations of Kish or some shit. I forget which city. I think it's Lamentations of Kish, but she's the first known author on the planet as far as like her name is known, attached to the person that wrote that poem. So, little side note about, because I've gone through all these actual texts too. I just find that it's cool to see the abridged version and listen to this as short, because it's a lot to take in and understand when you're listening to the repetitiveness of the actual text. And they're giving a good depiction of it right here. It really is. Do I believe in portals? I believe in portals. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to Eli? You must be talking to Eli, because you know what I think. I covered that in previous videos.
Lugal Banda and her clear identification as the mother of their son Gilgamesh. And Ninsun, daughter of Ninurta, and his spouse Baal, was herself also an earth baby. A stone portrait of Ninsun found in Lagash with her name Ninsun, pronounced Soon, Ninsun, clearly identified on it, shows her dignified and serene. In fact, she was quite a master of court intrigues, in part perhaps out of necessity, being the mother of Lugalbanda's 11 children. A glimpse of her matchmaking is revealed in a segment of the Gilgamesh epic where she discussed with Aya, the spouse of Utu, the selection of a young goddess as wife for Enkidu. Retaining much of her parents' longevity and the genes of their heroic stature, Ninsun lived long enough to mother several later kings. Her probable role in the life and death drama of the first dynasty of will be a highlight of our tale. Sumer's capital remained in for just over a century after the death of Gilgamesh, and then shifted to several other cities. Circa 2400 BC, served again for the third time as the national capital center under an important king named Lugassi. His many inscriptions included the claim that the goddess Nisaba was his mother. Nisaba, it will be recalled, was the astronomy goddess. In some texts, she is called sister of Ninurta, sharing with him Enlil as a father, but in the great god list, she was described as divine Nisaba, a female from the pure sacred womb of divine Ninlil. In other words, she was an earth-born daughter of Ninlil, and Enlil, full sister of Nanar, but also only a half-sister of Ninurta. Here then, in probable chronological order, is the picture that emerges from the 9 kings of Kish, Lagash, and Uruk, whose demigod parented has been verified. And it's got the list, and I'm not going to go through this. We've already read this. I'm not going to read this again. We've already gone over this. These 1, 2, 3 punches reveal the significant post-alluvial double shift and the affairs of gods and demigods.
He begatted some more.
First, the founding fathers, progenitors who had come from Nibiru, are replaced by the earthborn generations. Then for a stage involving the sacred breast milk, the final change takes place. The female divine womb replaces the earlier male fecund seed and pure semen. So what happened? So when they fed from the breast, is that what made them shrink? It's important to understand these changes, for they had long-term consequences. When the role of parenting demigods was taken over by the earthborn gods and goddesses, was it just a matter of nature taking its course, or did genealogical succession through demigods become more vital for those born on Earth because their life cycles were shortened by Earth, not Nibiru being their home planet? Yeah, that's how bloodlines have been set up. That's why there's such importance placed on that by the elite to this day. I mean, why do you think it is that we have kings and queens? Or why should the queen or the king or whoever, whatever country, be entitled to it any more than anybody else? For that exact reason right there. That's what they don't tell you in school, folks. The records show that the Anunnaki did realize
it's why them evil
that those who had come and stayed on Earth aged faster than those who stayed back on Nibiru. And that those who were born on Earth aged even faster. The changes from life on Nibiru to life on Earth apparently affected not only the longevity of the gods and demigods, but also their physique, making them less giant-like as time went on.
Smaller planet, tighter frequency.
There you go. I see.
It's a fucking thing.
So that's why all these giants, the date that we find on these giants is always like 5,000 to 7,000 years ago sometimes, isn't it? Because essentially what happened is, as time went on, that eventually got basically bred out of the gene pool. I think that's why it's dormant now and comes out in some cases, like, the giants
lost a great deal of energy when they dropped us on.
That makes a lot of sense.
At one point.
And then we now know from advances in genetics, the switch of parenthood from the fecund seed of the males
you don't know what we know.
to the female's divine womb meant that the demigods from then on inherited both the general DNA as well as the specific mitochondrial DNA of the female goddess. These were changes in significance will emerge as we follow the saga of the gods and demigods to its concluding mystery. In the biblical context, the crucial change in the realm of demigods from pre-diluvial times can be summed up by us in a simple statement. Before, the sons of the gods chose whichever they wanted from among the daughters of man. Now the daughters of gods chose whichever they wanted from the sons of men.
Oh, dear.
Maternal, paternal. Yeah, switching over. The role of the goddesses in all that was epitomized by Sitar's 6 words, where the mother was the deity, describing her as spouse of the male, no longer held true. It was the male father who was chosen to be the companion of the goddess. It was Inanna who said, "Come, Gilgamesh, be thou my lover." And with that, the era of the goddess had gone.
He did. He tried to hook Gilgamesh
Iraq's
up.
heroic age of Enmerkar, Lugalbanda, and Gilgamesh
Double helix.
petered out after the death of Gilgamesh. His son Lugal, and then grandson Utu
Motherfucking flower alive.
reigned a combined 45 years and were followed by 5 more kings with a total throneship of only 95 years.
And she
The
got
king
3
list
holes.
deemed
3
only
holes
one of them,
in the bowl.
Meshi, worthy of an extra word, noting that he was a smith.
Smoke weed.
All in all, according to the king list, 12 kings reigned in Uruk for 2,310 years.
Not gonna touch it.
The kingship was carried to Ur. The long reigns of the dynasties of what is now termed by scholars Kish I and Uruk I are recalled for their progress in stability, but not necessarily as peaceful times.
I'm angry.
On the national arena, as cities expanded to city-state size, disputes over boundaries,
That's where
arable land, and water
born.
resources erupted into armed clashes.
Not the father of Abrahamic religions born in Ur. Yep. Sumer.
Oh, just a second here.
It's okay. Take your time. I'm talking, Josh.
On the international stage, the hopes placed on the Inanna-Dumuzi union were dashed by Dumuzi's death and the ferocious war launched by Inanna against the accused Marduk. All the gods involved, the death of Dumuzi placed a tremendous emotional burden on Inanna, so much that the ensuing events even led to her own death.
That is.
The tale is told in a text called Inanna's Descent to the Lower World.
Some yummy hash.
It tells how Inanna, following the death of Dumuzi, went to the lower world domain of her sister Ereshkigal.
Sugar.
The visit aroused Ereshkigal's suspicions, for not only did Inanna come uninvited, she also came to meet the god Nergal, her sister's spouse. So,
here come the nerd.
on Ereshkigal's orders, Inanna was seized, killed with death rays, and her dead body was hung as a carcass. When Inanna's handmaiden, who stayed back at Uruk, raised an alarm, the only one who could help was Enki. He fashioned 2 clay androids who could withstand the death rays and activated them by giving one of them the food of life and the other the water of life. When they retrieved Inanna's lifeless body, upon the corpse they directed the pulsar and the emitter, and they sprinkled on her body the water of life and gave her the plant of life, and Inanna arose.
Pretty much. That's where I read it.
Scholars have speculated that Inanna went to the lower world to find Dumuzi's body, but in fact, Inanna knew where the body was because she had ordered for it to be mummified and preserved. She went, I have suggested, in divine encounters to seek from Nergal the fulfillment of a custom known from the Bible that required a brother to sleep with the widow in order to obtain a son who will carry on the dead man's name.
Yeah.
And Ereshkigal would have none of that.
Yeah.
Without doubt, these experiences profoundly affected Inanna's behavior and future actions. One of the notorious changes was the introduction by Inanna of the sacred marriage rite, whereby a man of her choice had to spend with her the night on the anniversary of her unfulfilled wedding with Dumuzi. Often the man was found dead in the morning.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, fucking succubus.
Yeah.
Goddamn Black Widow. She mates and she kills.
Until Gilgamesh come along. Oh.
And you're still getting served roast beef, either eating that nasty vag of Inanna.
Oh, come on now.
With a fucking, she's got a fucking 8-inch clit that looks like a fucking little uncircumcised penis, and it just dangles down all the way down her thigh when you try to put your penis inside her. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Thus, the transfer of the central capital to Ur was an attempt to gain respite by shifting responsibilities to Nanar and Urd's younger brother and Inanna's father. Ur, pronounced Ur, was a new post-diluvial city established as a cult center.
I can't believe he said that shit.
For a little son Nanar, an allusion to his celestial counterpart, the moon.
You don't talk like that in public, man.
It was destined to play a major role in the affairs of gods and men, and its tale crossed paths with the biblical Abraham, but that was yet to take place.
That's a goddess you're talking about.
When Ur would serve as Sumer's national capital for a third time.
Just because she was killing.
In the short span of what is called the Ur I period, immediately following the Uruk I, according to the king list, had 4 kings who reigned a total of 177 years. 2 of them are distinguished by their names, Mes Anpata and Mes King Nana.
She's killing fools.
Though Ur attained its most glorious and tragic time later on, in what is termed Ur III period, and the archaeological evidence shows that the nearly 2 centuries of Ur I was also times of high culture and great artistic and technological advancement.
Mm-hmm.
We know not whether it was cut short by mounting pressures on Sumer's borders by increasingly aggressive migrants or by internal problems.
It sounds like
the king list reveals itself. The king list itself suggests that some turbulent events had taken place, causing the record keepers to provide 5, not 4, royal names, amend one of them, and confuse reign links.
Problem when you queens.
Whatever the troubling events might have been, the record shows that the national capital was abruptly moved from Ur to a minor city called Awan, and then a quick succession to cities called Hamazi and Adab.
That's an internal problem.
And then back to Kish and Uruk and Ur, and then shifted cities called Mari and Akashic, and then back to Kish the 3rd and 4th, all within a span of about 2 centuries. Then for the 3rd time, the gods returned central kingship to Uruk, appointing as its king a strong man named Lugal Zagisi.
Take a walk.
His mother, it will be recalled, was the goddess Nisaba, an aunt of Inanna, which presumably should have been enough to assure Inanna's blessing.
That motherfucker's active.
His first priority was to restore order among the quarreling and warring city-states.
There's all kinds of stuff going on.
Not refraining from use of his own troops to remove troublesome rulers, one of the cities subjected to punitive action by Lugal Zagisi was Umma, a city that served as a cult center for Shara, Inanna's son.
You know, I saw Reaver.
So Lugal Zagisi was gone soon after that.
For a little session today,
and the next king of kings was a man of Inanna's own choice.
It's getting late.
A man who answered her call.
I got the dentist tomorrow morning early.
After all the millennia of gods in charge, a goddess was now in full command.
He's here anyways.
All right, so that's the end of chapter 13. We'll pick up next time on chapter 14, Glory of Empire, Winds of Doom.
Oh shit.
Glory of Empire, Winds of Doom.
I need to take a shower here soon.
One day, my queen, after crossing heaven, crossing earth, Inanna, after crossing heaven, crossing earth, after crossing Elam and Shubar, after crossing blank, missing text, I suppose.
Yeah, usually.
The Herodil approached weary and fell asleep. I saw her on the edge of my garden. I kissed her, copulated with her.
Holy
so did the gardener, later known as Sharukin, Sargon in English.
Sargon.
Describe his chance encounter with the goddess Inanna. Since the goddess was weary from flying around and was asleep, one cannot say that it was a case of love at first sight, but from what ensued, it is obvious that Inanna liked the man in his love-making. Of course. She liked any dick she could get. We've established that. She was a dirty, nasty, dirty hoe.
It didn't die.
Yeah, so she liked any man's love-taking. I mean, shit, she probably...
wait a minute, she liked the ones that died too, I guess. I don't know.
Fuck going balls deep. She probably liked you to go knee-deep in that shit. Just put your foot in there all the way up to your fucking kneecap. Yeah, that's how Inanna likes it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
At least that's the impression I get from reading these texts. My goodness, what a raging fucking whore she was.
Well, ancient.
Inanna's invitation to him to her bed with the throne of Samir thrown in lasted 54 years. While I was a gardener, Ishtar granted me her love.
I can see that.
For 450 years, I exercised kingship. The black-headed people I ruled and governed, Sargon wrote in his autobiography. How did Inanna persuade the Anunnaki leadership to entrust Samir and its people, here called by their nickname Sagiga, the black-headed ones, to the man whose kiss changed history? It's nowhere made clear. His name, title, Sharu Kin, the truthful ruler, was not Sumerian. It was in the Semitic tongue of the Emuro, the Westerners of the Semitic-speaking region northwest of Sumer. And his features, preserved in bronze sculpture, confirm his non-Sumerian extraction. I get this now. Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow, boy, this is fantastic stuff. This has really made all of this just make so much more sense to me now. I'm telling you, I ignored this stuff for a long time too as a researcher, and when I was, when I first started on air. But I got to tell you, you are just, as a researcher, if you're ignoring this Sumerian text stuff, you just are cutting yourself short. I mean, there it is right there. Inanna fucked the Semite and made him king. And this is where all the problems of Semitic origin and, this idea that the Middle East belongs to Arabs and Jews, this is where it comes from. Because don't forget, Semitic is both, it can be, it can be Jewish or it can be Arabic. It's, people forget that.
So fucking rudely.
They cry on TV all day about things that are anti-Semitic, but yet we go around and call every person who's the Arab a possible terrorist, but that's not considered anti-Semitic. And if you say it is, they'll say, well, Arabs ain't Semites. Yes, actually they are.
Yeah.
So that's why the fucking Semites think all of them, whether they're Arabs or Jews. This is why these motherfuckers think that they own that land over there. And this is why the elite bloodlines are warring for that area. As I've said many times, they want their land back. What happened was Inanna the hoe was flying over some other lands. She finds this guy and fucks him and then makes him king. And then this is where we start to see all the problems come in. Because this is where the Semites themselves entered into the line of kingship and rule of those areas, even though this guy was not a Sumerian. Wow, this really, really makes a lot of sense now. I understand this so much better.
Good, Josh.
And there's actually a place in Saudi Arabia that the locals call the place where Inanna landed.
Yes, landed.
The place where Inanna landed. That's what the locals call it.
She wasn't born there. She didn't
had a friend who was over there.
Landed there.
And
Inanna landed.
That's what they call this area, where Inanna landed.
It's a sky bird.
Just admitting she landed in a ship. That's why those people believe, because they brought this guy in, this outsider, and she made him king because she liked his dick.
Yes. I would
that
like
makes
to
so
make
much sense.
A new empire with you.
The brand new capital city built for him, Agade, was better known by its Semitic name, Akkad, from which the term Akkadian for the language. The Sumerian king list recognizes the significance of this king, provides the information that from Uruk under Lugal-Zagisi, kingship to Agade was carried, and notes that Sharu Kin, a date grower and cupbearer of Ur-Zababa, built Agade and reigned there for 56 years. The position of cupbearer was one of high rank and great trust, usually held by a prince in royal courts, not only in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and elsewhere in the ancient world. It was so, it will be recalled, even on Nibiru, where Anu served as Alalu's cupbearer. Indeed, some of the earliest Sumerian depictions that scholars call libation scenes might be depictions of the king acting as cupbearer for the deity.
In high treason.
Urzababa was a king in Kish, and the statement implies that Sargon was a royal prince there, yet Sargon himself, in the autobiographical text known as the Legend of Sargon, chose to wrap his origin in mystery. Sargon, the mighty king of Agade I am, my mother was a high priestess, I knew not my father. My mother, the high priestess who conceived me, in secret she bore me. Then, as in the story of the birth of Moses in Egypt 1,000 years later, Sargon continued. She met me in a basket of rushes. With bitumen sealed the lid. She cast me into the river. It did not sink me. The river bore me. It carried me to Akai, the gardener. Aki, the irrigator, lifted me up when he drew water. Aki, the irrigator, and his son made me and reared me. Aki, the irrigator, appointed me as his gardener. The explanation for Sargon's odd avoidance of claiming prince blood might be found in the fact that in time, Sargon's own daughter in Hejuana served as a high priestess come Iridu in the temple of the god Hanar, which is indeed one of the great honors. By claiming the same position of his mother, Sargon left open the possibility that his unknown father might have been a god,
She had some
which would make him Sargon a demigod.
60
It is quite
years
possible that
of
Sargon's
fucking
Amorite ancestry.
I read those
Oh,
ones, too.
really?
Yeah,
Really?
I read all about that girl.
So Sargon was an Amorite. Oh, the plot thickens. Here we go. Oh, shnikes. Oh, man.
Oh gosh.
Boy, oh boy, oh
You're enjoying
boy.
this too much.
Well, considering what I have been researching, oh my goodness. So the guy who basically was, some rando dude that Inanna fucked was not only a Semite, he was also an Amorite. Goodness gracious. So these guys, that makes total sense. This is where this is great because this is what I've been looking for. I haven't found this yet in my research.
There it is.
I was trying to kind of figure out how these guys got established in this area, and then when the Aramaeans, after the exodus of the Jews and the Aramaeans coming into Palestine, why these guys were ran out, how did they come about falling out of favor, and but not only that, how did they get in there in the first place? And not a fucking Amorite, and the rest is history. Okay, great. It is quite possible that Sargon's Amorite ancestry might have been a favorable consideration in view of the pressures on Sumir by migrants from the west and northeast. Oh, okay. See, there you go. His Amorite ancestry might have been a favorable consideration in the view of the pressures on Sumir by migrants from the west and northwest. So essentially, because these Amorites were what? Giants, right? They were essentially Nephilim. And because they were of giant stature, the people accepted Sargon as king because his stature basically gave the impression that he was a Semite, when actually he was not. I mean, they say it right there. His Amorite ancestry might have been a favorable consideration in view of the pressures on Sumir by migrants from the west and northwest. So this is how he was able to be a king, even though he wasn't technically a demigod, but he left the door open about who his father was. Man Hydra says Demetria of Sargon is Jesus. Well, that's pretty interesting. Oh, Lord, Man Hydra, don't get me started, please. You're going to get me started. Oh, my goodness. Well, look, I'm just going to have to say it, though. If in English gematria, Sargon equals Jesus, and Sargon was an Amorite, my goodness. Does that mean Jesus was one of these Amorites?
We all were at one point, Josh. We were all tall.
Is it possible Jesus was a giant?
Before
he had red hair, right?
Voltage when they trapped us in the void.
This is getting balls deep now. Goodness gracious.
That molecules was big, and then the molecules.
We might be starting to figure out why they wanted all this stuff covered up for so long.
Yeah.
Not very comfortable conclusions there for the priest class controllers, wouldn't you say?
Probably not.
Man, I'm sorry I'm politics. You gotta give me a bit of bed. I'm kind of freaking out here. This is fucking crazy.
We got something for you.
Oh, man.
Magnet. It's okay.
It's just I had my head in space in this.
Don't freak out, man.
Amorites for so long working on this film, and I've done so much research on them now.
Josh is freaking out, dudes.
And to
do that.
This is crazy. I'll just keep reading.
We're all going to starve.
The same thinking of making adversaries part of the family.
Hey, what did I know? What
led to the,
what? You know, they challenge me on shit. I go right to it. Right? I'm like, okay, yeah, that's actually what NATO said.
The decision to establish a new neutral national capital whose name meant union. Its location marks the addition of territories called Akkad, north of Olden Sumir, to create a new geopolitical entity called Sumir and Akkad, and henceforth Inanna.
Yeah,
was widely known by her Akkadian name, Ishtar. So this is when you had the transfer over from when she wasn't Inanna anymore and started going by the name Ishtar. And subsequently,
I met most of these older trolls before I ever made videos. All I had was a wiki page. Oh dear.
Ishtar alone is always closely related to
they can talk
the Arabic type bloodline stuff.
It gives me more material to work with.
Circa 2360 BC, Sargon set out from the new capital to establish law and order. Starting with the defeat of Lugal-Zagisi, who the reader will recall dared attack the city of Ishtar's son, the god Shara. Bringing one Olden city after another under his control, he turned his prowess against neighboring lands.
Oh my God.
To quote from the text known as the Sargon Chronicle, Shahrukh-Kin, king of Agade, rose to power in the area of Ishtar. He had neither rival nor opponent. He spread his terror-inspiring glance over all the country. He crossed the sea in the east. He conquered the country in the west in its full extent. For the first time since its inception millennia earlier, the whole first region was firmly ruled by a national capital from the upper sea.
Biblical family.
To the lower sea. The sea in the east. And that it was the first historically known empire, and quite an empire it was.
That's what it sounds like.
Inscriptions and archaeological evidence confirm that Sargon's the Mediterranean coast in the west.
Magic, the
River and Asia Minor in the north. Lands in the northeast that were to become later on Assyria, and sites on the eastern coast of the Persian Gulf. And though Sargon acknowledged the authority of Enlil, Ninurta, Adad, Nanar, and Etu, his conquests were carefully carried out by the order of my mistress, the divine Ishtar. It was indeed, as the inscription said, the era of Ishtar. As the imperial castle Agade was a grandeur to see. In those days, a Sumerian text reported Agade was filled with riches of precious metals, of copper and lead, and slabs of lapis lazuli. So there you go. Why did they have all the copper there? Because the Amorites were massive copper miners.
White boy shuffle.
Notice they didn't really have any copper until these guys started showing up. Boom, here we go. And they ran out of Palestine. What do? They fled their copper mines to the west, across the Great Sea. Its granaries bulged at the sides. Its old men were endowed with wisdom.
Worked on tomorrow.
Its old women were endowed with eloquence. Its young men were endowed with the strength of weapons.
I might even fill up my water bottle.
Its little children were endowed with joyous hearts.
Take a bone rip.
The city was full of music. A brand new temple of sitar. A brand new temple for sitar made clear which deity held sway over all of that in a gate. A historiographic text stated, Did Holy Inanna erect a temple as her abode in the glittering temple she set up a throne?
$1,000 one way.
It was the crown jewel of shrines to her that had to be erected in virtually every Sumerian city, outshining even the sacred Inanna in Uruk, Iana in Uruk, and that was a mistake. Sargon, too, growing haughty and overambitious, began to commit grave errors, including sending his troops into cities beholden to Ninurta and Adad. Started getting too big for his britches, started going for the Anunnaki. That's okay. Now it makes now I'm starting to understand this too. Okay. This is answering some stuff for me. So that's why they started expelling all of the Amorites from the Middle East, and probably one of the reasons why they wanted them stricken from the record, because they were Sargon and his type were apparently the only ones that had the cojones to challenge the almighty Anunnaki power structure, and that's not something they like. So this is starting to make a lot more sense. This is why they wanted these guys basically written out of the history books, because they were the ones that were challenging this reign of the Anunnaki on Earth. And then he committed a fateful act, desecrating Babylon. The territory designated Akkad north of Olden Samir included the site of Babylon, the very place where Marduk, seeking supremacy, had attempted to build his own launch tower, the Tower of Babel incident. Now Sargon took away soil from the foundations of Babylon and built upon the soil another Babili near Agade. To understand the severity of this unauthorized act, one needs to recall that Babili, as Babylon was called in Akkadian, meant the gateway of the gods, a sanctified place, and that Marduk was persuaded to give up his attempt on condition that the site will be left undisturbed as hallowed ground. Now Sargon took away soil from the foundations of Babylon to use as foundation soil for another gateway of the gods adjoining Agade. The sacrilege naturally enraged Marduk and reignited the clan conflicts. But Sargon not only broke the taboo regarding Babylon, he also planned to create at Agade his or Inanna's own gateway of the gods, and that angered Enlil. So these guys, who were of giant stature, the Amorites, basically got to, run game over the Middle East for a short period of time, because Inanna was fucking Sargon. And then these guys, being of the giant stature they are, being that they were the Nephilim, they were the sons of the daughters of men. When the Anunnaki mated with them, they created these giants, and because of their stature, they started to basically be going after not only the Anunnaki, but the ability to be able to take themselves back to their planet and wreak havoc on their planet. Now I understand why they wanted these guys stricken from the record. The resulting prompt removal and death of Sargon did not end the era of Ishtar. With the consent of Enlil, she placed Sargon's son Rimush on the throne in Agade, but he was replaced after a brief 9 years by his brother Mantish Tuchu, who lasted 15 years. Then Naram Sin, the son of Manish Tushu, which sounds like a Jewish name anyway, ascended the throne, and once more Inanna, Ishtar, had as a king a man to her heart's desire. Naram Sin, whose theophoric name meant whom the god Sin loves, used the Akkadian name of Sin of Inanna's father rather than the Sumerian Nanar. Capably building on the imperial foundations attained by his grandfather, he combined military expeditions with the expansion of commerce, sponsoring trading posts by Sumerian merchants in far-flung places and creating trade routes on an international scale, reaching as far north as the boundary of the Hittite domain of Ishkur-Adad,
For a shower.
Nanar's brother.
I smell like fucking
Naram Sin's two-track
stink.
policy of stick and carrot, however, failed to counter the rising number of cities,
So let's put this on
especially in the
pause.
west.
We shall continue this program upstairs at our regular bedroom channel. Ah, now I got people dinging me. There's some tidal waves going on and all kinds of stuff in China. It looks exciting. My fucking soup is smelling absolutely astounding. Make sure the gas is off. Grab my cigarette. We're done here for tonight. I don't know if I'm going to have any teeth pulled tomorrow. I'm probably going in. I'm going to ask them if I can't get fitted for my bottom plate. Because all the teeth I really care about on the bottom are out now. And it might be a good time to fit my ass for a fucking plate so I can choose something. That's what I'm thinking. Get him, Chico. Don't take that shit. He's hugging your girlfriend. She loves him. Oh, Miss Patches. You're so cute. He was giving you love. He can't handle all of the baby stuff. Not a peep out of her. She's just sitting there smiling the whole time I'm giving her hugs. I think it might be because you smell like a foot. What do you think? Oh my God. Dogs, they're fun, huh? She can't stand it when Seamus hugs her. It's like brothers and sisters, sibling kind of extreme rivalry. Oh. Oh, is he hugging me? Oh. Oh. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby, he's giving you hugs. He's giving you love. Come here, get love. Come here, it's okay. Come here, here's a little girl. Come here. Oh, how dare he hug you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare he hug you?
patronizing her. She's upset. Oh, yeah. You should get him. You should get him. Oh, he's rubbing your belly. He's rubbing your belly. Chico, she get love.
She's highly distressed.
All right, let go.
She's highly distressed.
Okay.
No, Chico's upset.
Because I'm looking back.
Uh-oh, Chico's gonna eat her.
She doesn't mind when I rub her belly and rub her. She's like, you need more.
Yeah, you're dog.
Oh, who likes belly rub? Chico is a definite belly rub candidate. He happens to like that a lot. He's like, I'm a lover. I'd rather not bark. I just hang out.
You'll fight? You'll fight at a moment's notice.
Patches, we've established Timmy is not in the well.
He's a lover and a fighter.
Oh, hey, Timmy! Hey,
Timmy
right
is not
here.
in the well.
Right here, right now.
Timmy is not in the well.
Right here, right now. What? What is your major malfunction?
He
You're
thinks
just
Timmy's
standing
in the
out there
well.
barking. Oh, she's a right good idea.
What you love?
She needs love. Not from shaders. Not from shaders. She needs love. Oh, kisses. So.
Doesn't she eat?
Hmm?
Doesn't she eat?
She does. She's kept. No, you ran away. No, fuck off.
She's like, you're supposed to be my personal
You're
love.
supposed to be giving me hugs. No, she went over there. Yeah, now she's mad. Now she's mad. These two are nuts. Actually, all three of them were. Let me. No. Here, let's take off the safety lens. Oh my God. He had a safety lens.
Oh my
He
God,
must
it's
have.
not purple.
It can't be two suns. He had a safety lens on.
Dude, the screen's not purple. Oh God.
Let's look at the NASA cartoon drawing, ISWA, and see if they got any distinguishable random patterns in space, like dingley covers and conical hats with balls on top. Then, dialogue. See what happens here. What are you doing? Are you sniffing my feet? Crazy
She
animal.
wants more love.
She does. She came back. Yeah, that's pretty
she
exciting.
gone.
It's what she's been doing, progressively a little bit more every day for a while. It's normal though if you live in a free sun system. Oh, and you have a lot of Cherenkov radiation and bouncy magnetic pressure. Lots of that going on. How we doing in the volcanic regions? See, look, typical. Little teeny fucking quakes all day long, intermittent with 5s and 6s. Yes, this is what we should expect. That and then a little bit more tomorrow, maybe. Here, I'm shaking my screen. So, see, Seamus is terrified. Look, fear porn, boy, fear porn. Okay, maybe he's not. He's giving Chico poots. He's pooting Chico on the cheek. Cheeky Chico. Uh-oh. Let's see.
Where's the giraffe? Where's the giraffe?
Ah.
Timmy is in the well patches.
So let's see. Astronomy Live says incorrect. If the axis of the Earth shifted, my polar aligned telescope would no longer work. I do the math. See my spreadsheet. I give you a link from NASA confirming the existence of a Cheshire wet moon phenomenon. But no roll. Where is this? NASA link expressing the normalcy of the 180 nightly roll from wax to wane globally. Please, I give $1,000 for it, kiddo. Give me a legit link. Offer has stood for a long time and has done nothing but groan. As hard as you work typing, you would think you. As hard as you work, you would think you would have rejoiced in bringing me the link back in your calculations as normal lunar roll. Show me the legit link fucking telling me Tycho crater should be at the 1 o'clock in the northern hemisphere nightly from the 6. It's insanity. You work so hard and can never provide shit back in your words. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. This is Astronomy Live. Here, let me share this with you. This is where we're talking over here. I don't know if it's going to even let me put his thing in there. It might. Yeah, it did. Nope, something went wrong. Something went wrong. Here's a better idea. Do it this way. I keep getting something went wrong. Are you guys getting a dead length off of that too? I don't know why in the hell that's giving me that, because I'm taking it right off of his share link. Are you kidding me? What the fuck is this? No, you see it? Okay.
Hi folks, what do we have here? Well, we have an issue of Sky and Telescope from January 1969, and on the front cover we have the horizontal moon. Now, in my previous video about calculating the apparent position and orientation of the moon, I presented an image of the horizontal moon from January 1971. However, that was a NASA image, and there were some complaints about that. Somehow NASA faked it, or whatever. But in this case, this image is not a NASA image, and it's right there on the front cover of Sky and Telescope, and it was taken in Colorado. Now, on the inside of the front cover, we have some details about exactly when the cover of Sky and Telescope, or on the front cover of Sky and Telescope.
Stop. Okay. You see this video we're looking at, and this is horizontal moon and cover of the January 69 Sky Telescope. All right. Look at all the crescents in this thing. Look at, and there's this fucking moon is going through phases, and yeah, it's a winter moon. So this is obviously overlaid. And what is this crescent over here on the right hand side? I'm all like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, okay. This is not something from NASA, is it? Jesus Christ. Oh. How cute. How fucking cute. Do you see what I mean? Why can't they simply... See, now we're back to libration. I said, lunar phase rolls nightly and it goes to libration, and that is 7.7 fucking degrees. God dang it. See, this is why they can't bring me the link, because it doesn't fucking exist. Oh my God. How you doing, kid?
Good.
Look, Patches is upset. You're upset, huh? Did you brush your teeth?
Yes.
You know you're going to the tooth doctor in the morning, right?
Yes.
All right. You know your ticklish?
Yes.
Okay, I just...
Patches also felt us.
Don't crush Chico. Lock the door in front. Jesus. I'm trying to find out if the moon is supposed to do cartwheels or not. We got a... Okay, wait a minute. What should we... All right, okay. how do they say it? First point on the moon to rise should be first to set. Okay, this isn't working. Shit. See, these things keep going on as if the moon goes through an orbit every 30 days and it shouldn't flip. All this stuff. Oh my God.
Pierce has proven himself right.
I can't help it. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is another preschool thing. And, oh, shit. It doesn't say that it's going to fucking flip at all. Uh, See, this thing even has pictures down about halfway on here that is just showing a non-flipping moon at rise and set for the children to understand. Waxing, setting, east rising. Oh my God. See? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, that's it. This has got to be definitive. Look at here. Look at here. This is an actual activity for children at school to learn how to do their goddamn moon. And they literally have the same charts down here and all this and exploring interactive map of the moons, moon maps. Oh fuck. See, this really blows all these guys bullshit out of the water because this is literally telling you how to set up the working model I've got going on. And John has going on, that lady that John found that got going on. And it actually has a picture of an anteater on the very fucking front page. An anteater. And who did this come from? T.S. Mecker Education, something or UCI Education. Who's UC? Oh shit! Who's UCI Tech Education? Activity grade level 3 to 5. Grade level 3 to 5 standards. California Science Content Standards Earth Science. This is third to fifth grade shit here. That says Astronomy Live is an absolute fucktard. So let me go share this with him just so he doesn't embarrass himself anymore.
Thank you.
Okay. So my answer to him is this is a 3rd to 5th grade activity for kids to simulate a normal rise instead of their moon kid. So, we're gonna give this to him as a link. And ask him to please enjoy, and maybe he'll learn something. Maybe he'll learn something. That's actually a pretty good fucking, I looked it over. It's actually a pretty fucking extensive PDF to set up a experiment for kids to see this moon rise and set. I was like, damn, that's Let me see if I can find a booger. Click on you. Oh! You got that little pier of my pillows on my bed. There's a pier of pillows. Yeah, see, I have to use a little. A little is a lot with my bed. Why are you not taking them out?
Yes.
Well, why the fuck are you in here turning on my light now? Oh my god!
Oh, shit. Look at that. Chico's gonna end you. He went from sleepy to attack mode.
He did.
And then bam! And there's Jesus. The best moving.
Are you excited?
Come
Come here. Come here. It's okay. I won't tickle you. Come here. Right here. Right here. Walk right on Chico. Come here. God, I give Chico love. I give Chico love. I'm going to give Chico. You missed your chance. It's all over. No more love for passes.
Hey.
Get your nose out of my trash can, you bet. Are you bad? Are you bad? No. You going to come over here and be quiet? Sit down. Oh, the baby.
Duck for sale?
No, the duck is not for sale, sir.
The duck is for sale.
No. You don't have enough money to buy the duck. It's not for sale.
The duck is for sale.
Chico. No duck for you.
The duck is for sale.
You need to go find another duck.
The duck's for sale?
The duck is not for sale.
The duck is for sale.
No,
Yes,
not for sale.
it is. It is for sale.
It's never been sold yet. Daddy has to take a shower.
No.
I do.
No.
Chico has tracked me. He's like, you're going nowhere now. See, this is his, like, okay, I've peed, I've eaten, now I need a lap.
I need a lap of buttocks. I need a lap of buttocks. Either will work.
Patches just wants to bark at
Anything.
anything.
Molecule blows beside her.
Yep,
Bark.
that's all she wants. She wants to bark. Chico wants a lap. He is not complicated.
Just that. What you doing? Trying to be bad? Trying to find a way to be bad? Good dear.
She's trying to smell what she can see.
Hey! She's like, fuck you. She's not like, fuck you.
All right, look. First you,
Now her.
now her.
Academy's barely awake. He's just trying to stay conscious.
Are you trying to go to sleep over it? You don't eat that.
Look at him. He's not eating
He's like, what? No, I'm good.
it.
I'm good. Just hold still.
Next thing you know, he's snoring on
Don't drop me. I'm just little. Idiot.
Are you disappointed that you all you at Chico? Are you disappointed? You disappointed?
But Chico has his little gray beard. He needs tickled.
Look at it.
Oh,
Very
tickle,
disappointed.
tickle, 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 tickle.
Jesus, so disappointed. Look at it. How dare you?
Get off my lap, turd monkey. Look at those eyes. They're so brown. Well, are you feeling betrayed? You're on my bed. Dude, there's your first problem.
You want it?
You're on my
He
bed.
says it's her bed.
Look what you're doing to my bed. I just made my bed.
He says it's her. It's her.
Chico jumps on it, pisses on my pillow. Is my pillow wet yet?
No.
From Chico? Smells like my butt. Loved it. Look at Chico. He was like, you owe me your lap, dude.
Yeah, me strawberries.
He's very upset with his lap. Yeah, chased away. Your lap is fixing to go in there and wash some of the stink off. Chico. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get him, Patches. Don't take that shit. Get him. Get. I'm sure the neighbors would appreciate you stopping there.
Look at her. She's in attack mode.
I know.
There's something on the bed.
Don't worry. Nothing's under the bed. It's just him.
There's something under the bed. The bed they attack you.
Something wrong with that dog. She thinks something's under the bed. You hit the springs and they feel funny to her. Boy, she'll attack my bed. And it'll piss me off. Like a beat up child. Yeah, oh God.
Yeah.
You know, you have been doing so good. But the closer you get to 16, the more I wonder, is this child going to make it to 16? Turn the light on.
Oh God, both of them are on your bed.
It's like he's just looking for different ways to challenge me.
Look at this. Both
Hey!
of them are on your bed.
That's it.
She's like, no. You're like, I have earned this spot. Okay, she's like, I earned this spot. Chico's just upset and happy.
He doesn't know what he is. He's just excited. He's neutrally excited.
She's like, I earned this spot, and not fucking you.
No, fuck off my bed. You got your own bed over there. Go, what's up?
She's like, this one's a comfy.
Go, yeah. Oh, geez. See, it starts again. Hey, wait a minute. You know what I just realized? You need to go change clothes and get in the bed. Go, now.
Yep. Take your pillow.
You just took a shower and put on nasty clothes. Go. Fucking act like monkeys didn't raise you.
Yeah.
I'm like, why are you in that dirty stuff? God damn it, son. Patches, get him. I'm releasing the hounds on you.
They're my house.
Go change your clothes. Now. I want to see those in my dirty hamper thing. Right now. Kids. Monkeys raised that one. Wait a minute. No, I did. All by myself. And he fucking goes, takes a shower, climbs into his dirty ass fucking clothes. I'm like, what the hell is that? I know I saw him in that yesterday too. And probably the day before, come to think of it. It was the shirt that gave it away. I was like, fuck, that looks dirtier than anything I've ever owned. You know what I got? Oh my God. I've got mint chocolate chip ice cream. Just for matters of digestion, I'm going to eat the ice cream before I shower. So let me get you on some fucking Josh Reeves real quick so I can go scoop me up some motherfucking fresh out the box Briars mint chocolate chip.
As signing with
Ice
Marduk's
cream.
renewed ambitions for supremacy,
My favorite.
highlighting the fact that his spouse,
I forgot.
Sarpanet, was an Earthling, and that his Earth-born son Nebu also married one named Tashmeta. Marduk was gaining adherents among the masses. In Egypt, where Marduk Ra has been worshipped as the hidden Amun, the expectations for Marduk's ultimate victory were reaching messianic fervor, and Egyptian pharaohs began to thrust northward to seize control of the Mediterranean's coastal lands. It was thus that with the blessing and guidance of Inanna Ishtar, Naram-Sin launched against the sinning cities in the west what was by that time the greatest military expedition ever. Capturing what was later known as Canaan, he kept advancing all the way south to Magan. There, his inscriptions state he personally caught the king of Magan. His merciless advance and capture of adversary kings was commemorated on a stone plaque that showed a glowing Ishtar offering him a victory wreath. Having entered and crossed the Forbidden Fourth region with its spaceport, Naram-Sin haughtily depicted himself on a victory stela, godlike astride a rocket ship to the heavens. He then went to Nippur to demand that Enlil endorse him as king of the four regions. Enlil was not there, so like a hero accustomed to a high-handedness, he put a restraining hand on the Akur, Enlil's sacred precinct. Oh, that's going to piss him off. These were unprecedented acts of disobedience and sacrilege. Enlil's reaction is detailed in a text known as the Curse of Agade. He summoned the Anunnaki leadership to an assembly. All the great gods, Enki included, attended, but Inanna did not show up. Ensconced in the venerated Iana temple in Uruk, she sent back defying words demanding that the gods declare her Great Queen of Queens, the supreme female deity. The heavenly kingship was seized by a female, the ancient text noted in astonishment. Inanna changed the rules of Holy Anu. In their assembly, the gods' decision was made to put an end to all that by wiping Agade off the face of the earth. Troops loyal to Ninurta from Gutium, a land across the Zagros Mountains, were brought in, and they systematically destroyed Agade to oblivion. The gods decreed that its remains shall never be found, and indeed to this day, no one is even certain exactly where Agade had been located. With the death of the city, Naram-Sin was too gone from the records. As to Inanna Ishtar, her father, Nanar-Sin fetched her from Uruk to Ur. Her mother Ningal greeted her back at the temple's entrance. Enough innovations to Inanna, she said. According to the text, her home was to be with Nanar's family in the sacred precinct of Ur. By 2255 BC, the era of Ishtar was over. but the empire which he had brought about, as well as the challenges to olden authority, left their permanent mark on the ancient Near East. For about a century thereafter, there was no kingship in a national capital in Sumer and Akkad. Who was king? Who was not king? The Sumerian king list itself noted as a way of describing the situation. De facto, the country was administered by Ninurta from his cult center in Lagash, a city whose written words, artifacts, and sculptures have served as a major source of information about Sumer, the Sumerians, and the Sumerian civilization. Archaeological and documentary evidence from the site, now called Tello, shows that circa 2600 to 2500 BC, about 3 centuries before Sargon of Akkad dynastic rule began in Lagash, with a ruler named Lugal-Shu Ingur. The first dynasty included such famed demigod heroes as Eonatum.
Oh boy, are they fun. They begin with
dynastic
ho-hos.
rule continued in Lagash uninterrupted for more than half a millennium, indicating outstanding stability throughout turbulent times. The list of its kings runs to 43 names. Bump my microphone there. Get a drink for a second.
Mint chocolate chip ice cream.
The kings of
and
Lagash who
baby.
preferred the title
That's what I'm talking
Patisi,
about.
governor, to that of Lugal, left behind countless votive and other inscriptions.
That's like an Andes
To
mint.
judge
Ain't
by the
never had
textual
before.
evidence, those were
I think
enlightened
kidney is
kings
good
who
shit.
strived to shape the people's lives in accordance with their gods' high standards of justice and morality. The greatest honor a king could attain was to be granted by Ninurta the epithet righteous shepherd.
Get a fuck off my bed.
A king named Uruk
Thank you.
Agena instituted some 4,500 years ago a code of laws that prohibited the abuse of official powers,
Go on, man.
the taking away of a widow's donkey, or the delay by a supervisor of the wages of daily workers. Public works such as canals for irrigation and transportation and communal buildings were deemed a personal duty of the king. Festivals that involved the whole populace,
Dog.
such as the Festival of First Fruits, were
Moved in on my
introduced.
bed already.
Literacy, evidenced by some of the most perfect cuneiform script, was encouraged. And some of the finest Sumerian sculptures 2,000 years before classic Greece come from Lagash. Yet none of the Lagash rulers are mentioned in the Sumerian king list, and Lagash had never served as a national capital. Once the seat of the national kingship was transferred from Kish to Uruk, in religious political terms, from the control of Ninurta to the dominance of Inanna, what Ninurta did was to establish her own redoubt, protected by what were then the best trained troops in the land, outside the reach of Inanna's whims and ambitions. So it was from Lagash that Ninurta restored Indolite authority and brought about a century of respite to Sumer after the Inanna-Naram-Sin upheavals. But it was a shrinking Sumer and Akkad subjected to relentless pressures as Marduk continued to seek supremacy on earth. It was to counteract those ambitions that circa 2160 BC Enlil authorized Ninurta to erect in Lagash an astonishing and unique new temple that would declare Ninurta's claim to supremacy. To make it clear, the temple was to be called E-Ninu, the house or temple of 50, affirming Ninurta as the next Enlil with the rank of 50 just below Anu's 60.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Good ice cream.
Some of the most extensive inscriptions found in the excavated remains of Lagash, with amazing details that could come out of a Twilight Zone TV episode, concern the building of that new temple in the Gerson
Robbins. Oh, yeah.
by a
That
king
shit.
named Gudea. Here we go. So now here we're getting into more of this, because Gudea,
Friendlies.
again,
I like
um,
friendlies. Used to.
I believe that
They've changed like everything else.
that's what this Bat Creek stone inscription found in Alabama in a Cherokee burial mound in a red-headed giant's grave under its skull was referring to. The story, which is recorded on clay cylinders that are now on display in the Louvre Museum in Paris, began with a dream that Gudea had. In the dream, a man bright and shining like heaven, who wore the headdress of a god, appeared and commanded Gudea to build him a temple. A female, a woman carrying the structure of a temple on her head, appeared next, holding a tablet with a celestial map. She pointed at a particular star.
I used to like their club BLT.
Then a second male deity appeared, holding in one hand a tablet with a design on it,
Hurt your
and in the other
eyeball
hand
fucking
a building
Sundays.
brick. Awakened, Gudea was astounded to discover the tablet with the design laying on his lap and the building brick in a basket by his side. Completely baffled by the experience, Gudea journeyed to the house of Fate Solver,
Or you ever go to
the
Scoops?
abode of the goddess Nina in her cult center, Ciara, and
Scoops.
asked her to solve the dream and meaning of the
Fucking
out-of-nowhere
smorgasbord,
object.
ice cream, everything.
The first god, Nina, said,
They're like, oh my God.
in Gersu, lord of the Gersu,
Ice cream by
for
the
thee
pound.
to build a new temple he commands. The
Just
goddess
lay it
is
on there.
Nisaba. To build the temple in accordance with the holy planet, she instructs thee. The other god is Ningishzida. Ah, well, Ningishzida is Toph.
Mm-hmm.
The other god is Ningishzida. The sacred brick he gave you is to be used as a mold. The carrying basket means that you have been assigned the task of construction. The tablet with the design on it is
And
the
it's an older
architectural plan
dynasty.
of the 7-stage temple.
All this shit's older dynasty.
Its name,
coming
she
out of
said,
here.
shall be Eninu. With most other kings just proud to engage in repairing existing temples, the choosing of Gudea to build a brand new one from foundations up was an unusual honor. With joy, he set out to build it, mobilizing the whole populace for the project. The architectural requirements, he found out, were far from simple.
You never been in a Friendly's restaurant and had anything other than the ice cream? Oh my God. Yeah, they had some good fucking food too. On top of their ice cream. Oh, Scoops. Scoops used to be like an ice cream restaurant. You walk in there, they had like Baskin Robbins, million flavors, soft serve, and every topping you could fucking imagine on earth. And they just like charge you by the pound.
There was to be at the top a domed observatory, shaped like a vault of heaven to determine
Yeah, buddy.
the star
Every
and
now and
planetary
again.
positions after nightfall.
I ate there like twice.
And in the forecourt,
You know.
two stone circles were to be erected to determine constellations at the moment of the sunrise on equinox day. There was also need to construct two special sunken enclosures.
Friendlies, man. I
One
used
for
to,
the Nerta's aircraft, the
on the
Divine
road,
Black
every
Bird,
time I'd see a Friendlies,
Oh,
I'd
the
pull
Cleon
in
Bird
and
Prey.
we'd eat.
and the other for his awesome weapon.
Mm.
In his clearly written inscriptions in perfect Sumerian script.
Yeah, it was like an ice cream restaurant.
Oh, I
Holy
thought I was
shit.
going to sneeze. Ah, hate when it happens. Gudea states that he had to go back repeatedly to the deities for guidance and had no good sleep until it was completed. At one point, he was ready to give up, but in a command vision was ordered the building of the Lord's house, the Eninu, to complete.
No rest for you.
A preliminary events and details of the complex construction are inscribed on what is called the Gudea cylinder.
That's fucked up. God call you up and say,
A
don't sleep,
cylinder,
bitch.
B, is devoted to the elaborate rites connected with the temple's inauguration.
That's messed up.
Precisely on New Year's Day and the ceremonies attendant on the arrival of Ningershu and Bao at the Gershu and their entry into their new temple
Margaret.
home, it ends with a recorded blessing of Gudea
Now we
by
see.
Bao in gratitude for his construction efforts. His reward was Namti Munasud. His lifetime sustained and prolonged without an explanation as how it was granted.
He gave him the water of life. Whatever
Introducing
that shit
himself in Cylinder, Gudea stated that the goddess Nina, a daughter of Enlil and Ninlil, was a half-sister of Ninurta, and a half-sister of Ninurta was his mother, repeatedly calling her my mother in Cylinder A, and in the blessing by Bao at the end of Cylinder B, she twice referred to him as son of Nina. These texts also shed light on the manner of his birth. The goddess Nina brought him forth from seed, implanted him in her womb by the goddess Bao. The germ of me thou did receive within thyself in a sacred place. Thou didst bring me forth.
No.
He said to me that he was a child by Bao brought forth.
No,
Gudea, in other words, asserted that he was a demigod, engendered by Bao and Nina of the Enlil and Ninurta clan.
I think there might be one in the spring.
The challenge posed to Marduk by the Ininu temple was compounded by the roles of the deities Ningishzida and Nisaba, both known and worshipped in Egypt. The former as the god Thoth, and the latter as the goddess Shisheta. The active participation of Ningishzida or Thoth in the project was especially significant since he was a son of Enki, Ptah, and a half-brother of Marduk Ra, with whom he had repeatedly quarreled. That was not only the only interrib with Marduk. His other half-brother, Nergal, also sided frequently with the Enlilites. Yet all of that failed to stop Marduk and Nabu from gaining adherents and political control. So let me get it straight. So Gudea builds this temple.
Get it straight, Josh.
He was said to have been born of its artificial insemination.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody who had seeded, because again, the Cherokees believe that they have Jewish ancestry, because they're mistaken, but because they actually had a Semitic ancestry. But when they did their DNA, I have evidence of this in the film, it goes back to one common ancestor that originated somewhere in Europe. So that's what's interesting here is that whoever these guys were that I've been on to since I've been making this film, it's very clear now that they come from this era of when Gudea was alive and around. And if it's true that they gave this guy immortality or extended life, boy, that's going to make it even harder to pin a date on when exactly that was here. I mean, they say the Back Creek inscription is something like 7,000 years old, so 5 and 7, I think, something like that. So yeah, that's pretty close.
Kind of hard to tell in a rock.
Yet all that failed to stop Marduk and Nabu from gaining adherents and territorial control. The growing problem for the Enlilites was the fact that Ninurta, the presumptive heir to Enlil and Anu, had come from Nibiru, whereas
terribly not
Marduk and Nabu had earthling affinities.
His mother,
in desperation, the Enlilites dropped the Ninurta strategy and switched to a sin tactic.
She actually sends us Krispy Kreme stuff, like some of the biscuits and shit. And I'll sit there and get hard as a rock, and I'll be like, dude, he's like, Seamus don't like Krispy Kreme either too much. But yeah, a lot of people back east are big on that Krispy Kreme shit. They're really overpriced for what they are, honestly, in my opinion. I'd rather have a fucking 99-cent box of Ho-Hos than Krispy Kreme. They're going to charge me $4 for the fucking same Ho-Ho. No, I think it's just because it's a local thing, of course. But I don't know. I was never a big fan of like gyms fucking they say some people will be like, they got the popular cheesesteak place or whatever there in Philly. And I'll tell you what, I like South on 4th better than any of them motherfucking popular places. South on 4th make you a cheesesteak, man. He cut the steak. He hand cut that fucking steak for you. Sit there, cut that shit, and cut you your fucking onions and their fucking mushrooms all fucking fresh and shit, and fucking fry that shit up and hand it to you, and it was dripping. Motherfucking Jimmy's downtown, man, and motherfuckers. I wouldn't eat there on a bet. Which film? Which film? Wait a minute. Which film? From the moon flipping? Yeah, there's been a few. Not. I haven't heard too much about specific skin colors. Just a little bit here and there mentioned. Biggest thing I gleaned out of it so far was, as far as their genetic tampering with people making them different, was the descendants of Cain made them genetically not able to grow face hair. It's like, damn. All of a sudden, it makes sense. They talk about dividing us a lot, and they talk about look, if you go back, like I said, Sitchin, he compiles all this stuff, and then he'll give you these tablets that are numbered or named or whatever, and then you can actually go read them yourself. But they're a little more extensive than what he's going on about certain properties and stuff that they do. I haven't seen too much about the skin color yet, though. Yeah, they marked him genetically not able to grow hair in his descendants. Oh, Josh. Oh, shit. I don't know. I don't know. I ain't never looked. The rock wall, him and his rock wall thing. I don't know. It may have been. I've seen some things on his channel. Where he's out somewhere doing something. It looks like he might be digging around something. I don't know. I haven't got to that. I haven't really kept up on what Josh has been doing. I just like his versions of the cuneiforms. I haven't checked up on his rock wall. I'd imagine he's probably done something with that. Because what we're listening to right now, I think he read like 8 years ago. Nope. Actually, this reading was done just 2 years ago, 2.5. But some of the things he's read, I mean, he's been reading this shit for years. Cuneiform, some of the Enki readings, like the Lost Book of Enki, I think he did in 12 or 14, so about 8 years ago, somewhere around there. Yeah. And he was talking about that, about the movie he was going to make. So far, let's see, 6 years since he's first started talking about it up to that. So I don't know whether if he ain't done it in the last couple of years. I don't know if he has or not. He's been talking about it for 8 years. At least 6 of them, because he's still talking about it 6 years later after the Lost Yankee when he started talking about it. So I don't really know. He may have. If not, it's taken him a long time to make that fucking movie.
Transferring the seat of the national kingship to the cult center of Nanar, an earth-born son of Enlil, who, unlike Ninurta, also had an Akkadian name, Sin. Situated between Eridu to the south and Uruk in the north,
Sin,
along the Euphrates River, was by then Sumer's thriving commercial and manufacturing center.
I have motivation.
Its very name, which meant urban, domesticated place,
I'm gonna wash the stink off.
came to mean not just city, but the city, and spelled prosperity and well-being. Its gods, Nanar Sin and his spouse, Ningal, were greatly beloved by the people of Sumer. Unlike other Enlilites, Nanar Sin was not a combatant in the wars of the gods. His selection was meant to signal to people everywhere, even in the rebel lands, that under his leadership, an era of peace and prosperity will begin. In the deity's temple abode was a great ziggurat that rose in stages within a walled sacred precinct, where a variety of structures housed priests, officials, and servants. One of the buildings within the walled section was the Gepar, the nighttime abode, within which was the Gigunu, the chamber of nighttime pleasures. Oh, yeah. Like the smush room, the chamber of nighttime pleasures, where the porn happens.
Easy now.
For the god, chamber of nighttime pleasures for the god. For though Nanar Sin was monogamous and had only one spouse, he could and did enjoy in the Gepar the company of Heraduals, pleasure priestesses, as well as concubines by whom he could have children. So see, sleeping around back then was encouraged. It was okay for you to have a wife and have, 5 or 6 bitches on the side. This is why guys want to do this now and get caught. But our bullshit morality we've got built up around ourselves. Oh, it's got to be monogamous by law and all this stuff. See, that's why people don't want it. That's why people don't want to do that. It's all in our genes to, we're not supposed to people are not supposed to be with one person their whole life. I'm sorry. Let me go and shatter that myth for you. Yeah, go ahead and say I'm wrong, blah, blah, blah. We are programmed to fuck, propagate the species and keep going in nonstop. Go, 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 go. Anything we do outside of that is a repression of our natural instincts and our natural programmed traits, really. We are programmed to fuck, propagate the species as much as we can. But because religion has its justification for everything, including eugenics, to keep the world's population levels down, they instituted this thing of monogamy long ago as really the world's first, worldwide birth control method. Really, when you get down to it, that's what monogamy was and is. Because by our nature, we are programmed to stick our penis in everything we can at all times to propagate the species. This idea of being monogamous is just something that we've cooked up. And that's why I think that's where a lot of the problems in the world come from, honestly. I really do. Am I saying I want to go out and be, have 5 or 6 different bitches? No, that's not what I'm saying. My point is that when you look at a lot of the problems in the world, and people, ruining their lives over, it's just, there are rare instances, where people, I don't know. I think a lot can be said towards where a lot of our misery comes from the fact that we believe we're supposed to be with one entire person our entire lives, and that's just not what we're set up to be like. It's not what our makeup is. And I think that a lot of our problems in this world stems from the fact that we attach ourselves to one person relationship-wise when we should be. We're really set up to be going from one to the other, and this is how you see that the gods did it. Beyond those walls, there extended a magnificent city with 2 harbors and canals linking it to the Euphrates River. A great city with a king's palace, administrative buildings, lofty gates, avenues for promenading, a public square for festivals, a marketplace, multi-level private dwellings, many 2-storied schools, workshops, merchants, warehouses, and animal stalls. The imposing ziggurat with its monumental stairways, though long in ruins, dominates the landscape to this day, even after more than 4,000 years. Let it be noted, was the of the Chaldees, in which the biblical story of Abraham, the Hebrew began. The starting point for his migration to Haran and then to Canaan. Born in Nippur, Abram grew up in where his father served as Terhu, an Oman. Terhu, an Oman priest, skilled in astronomy. How this tale and mission interlock with the events of the fate of Sumer has been told by us in detail in the Wars of Gods and Men. To restart a fresh kingship in and from Sumer, the choice of a new king was also carefully made. The new king, named Ur-Nammu, the joy of was selected by Enlil and approved by Anu. And he was no mere earthly. He was a demigod. Born in Uruk, he was a son, the beloved son of the goddess Ninsun, who had been the mother of Gilgamesh. A birth approved by Anu and Enlil and witnessed by Nannar. Since this divine genealogy was restated in numerous inscriptions during Ur-Nammu's reign in the presence of Nannar and other gods, one must assume that the claim was factual. It was a claim that placed Ur-Nammu in the very same status as that of Gilgamesh, whose exploits were well remembered and whose name remained revered. The choice was thus a signal to friends and foes alike that the glorious days under the unchallenged authority of Enlil and his clan were back. The inscriptions, the monuments, and the archaeological evidence attest that Ur-Nammu's reign witnessed extensive public works, restoration of river navigation, and the rebuilding and protection of the country's highways. There was a surge in arts, crafts, schools, and other improvements in social and economic life. Enlil and Ninlil were honored with renovated and magnified temples. And for the first time in Sumer's history, the priesthood of Nippur was combined with that of leading to a religious revival. It was at that time, by our calculations, that the Oman priest Terah Abram's father was transferred from Nippur to Ur. Treaties with neighboring rulers to the east and northeast spread the prosperity and well-being, but the enmity stirred up by Marduk and Nabu in the west was rising. The situation in the rebel lands and the sinning cities bordering the Mediterranean Sea demanded action. And in 2096 BC, Ur-Nammu launched a military campaign against them. But as great a builder and economic shepherd as he was, he failed as a military leader. In the midst of battle, his chariot got stuck in the mud. Ain't that a bitch? What, you fucking motherfuckers, you guys, Anunnaki sons of bitches, aren't technological enough to have a four-wheel drive? What's wrong with you? See, you motherfuckers aren't smart. You were smart, you would have had four-wheel drive. You wouldn't have got stuck in the mud, dumbass. Hey, I'm telling you, these guys are people just like us. They're not some great god aliens. Come on. They're as flawed and as idiotic as any man. Ur-Nammu fell off and was crushed like a jug. The tragedy was compounded when the boat returning Ur-Nammu's body to Samir in an unknown place had sunk. The waves sank it down with him on board. When news of the defeat and the tragic death of Ur-Nammu reached Ur, a great lament went up. The people could not understand how such a religiously devout king, a righteous shepherd, a demigod, could perish so ingenuously. Why did the Lord Nana not hold him by the hand? Why did Inanna, Lady of Heaven, not put her noble arm around his head? Why did the valiant Utu not assist him? There could be only one plausible explanation. The people of Ur and Samir concluded Enlil deceitfully changed his decree. These great gods went back on their word, and faith in them was profoundly shaken. See, the people started to realize, oh, wait. They're just like us. They're full of sin and full of deceit just as we are. They're no great gods. So imagine that the people starting to figure that out. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. It was probably not by chance that exactly upon the shocking death of Ur-Nammu in 2096 BC, Abram's father moved his family from Ur to Haran, a major city at what was then Samir's link with the land of the Hittites. Situated at the headwaters of the Euphrates River and located at the crossroads of the international trade and military land and river routes, Haran was surrounded by fertile meadows perfect for shepherding. It was founded and settled by merchants from Ur who came there for its local sheep's wool, skins, leather, and imported metals. Rare stones were brought in exchange. Ur's famed woolen garments and carpets. The city also boasted the second largest temple to Nanar Sin after Ur, was often called the second Ur. Ur-Nammu's ascent to the throne in Ur in 2113 BC ushered a period known as Ur III. It was Samir's most glorious period, and the time slot in which monotheism, the one God system, had its roots. It was also Samir's most. Before that century was over, Samir was no more. Following Ur-Nammu's tragic death, the throne of Ur was taken over by his son Shulgi. Eager to claim the status of a demigod as that of his father, he asserted in his inscriptions that he was born under the divine auspices. The god Nanar himself arranged for the child to be conceived in Enlil's temple in Nippur through a union between Ur-Nammu and Enlil's high priestesses, so that a little Enlil, a child suitable for kingship and throne, shall be conceived. He got into the habit of calling the goddess Ningal, Nanar's spouse, my mother, and Utu, Shamash, their son, my brother. He then asserted in self-laudatory hymns that a son born of Ninsun am I. These different and contradicting versions cast doubt on the validity of his claims to demigodship. The royal annals indicate that soon after he had ascended to the throne, Shulgi launched an expedition to the outlying provinces, including the rebel lands, but his weapons were offers of trade, peace, and his daughters in marriage.
His route embraced the two destinations of the still-revered Gilgamesh, the Sinai Peninsula, where the spaceport was in the south, and the landing place in the north, observing, however, the sanctity of the fourth region by not entering. On the way, he paused to worship at the place of bright oracles, the place we know as Jerusalem. Having thus venerated the three space-related sites, he followed the Fertile Crescent, the arching trade and migration east-west route dictated by geography and water sources, and returned to Samir. When Shulgi came back to Ur, he was granted by the gods the title High Priest of Anu, Priest of Nannar. He was befriended by Utu Shamash, and then was given the personal attention, in quotation marks, of Inanna. The personal attention, well, you know what that means. Yeah, she sucked him off. She had been in the abode of Ur since the demise of Naram Sin. Shulgi's peace offensive bore fruit for a while, leading him to turn from affairs of state to become Inanna's lover. In numerous love songs that had been found in the ruins of Ur, he boasted that Inanna granted me her vulva in the temple. In her temple. Oh man, I'd love to. Oh, do we have? Can I get those lyrics, please? I want to hear those. I want to see those. I want to make a song out of that. She granted me her vulva in her temple, motherfucker. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that she granted me her vulva in her temple. Yes. Yeah, you wouldn't be the first, buddy. Lots of other demigods have been granted that vulva. That's for sure. Hope you like Arby's, buddy. That's what you're getting. Complete with that cheesy center. But as Shulgi neglected affairs of state to indulge in personal pleasures, the unrest in the rebel lands grew again. Unprepared for military action, Shulgi relied on Elamite troops to do the fighting and started to build a fortified wall to protect Samir against foreign incursions. It was called the Great West Wall, and scholars believe that it ran from the Euphrates to the Tigris rivers, north of where Baghdad is situated nowadays. An unintended result of that was that the heartland of Samir was cut off from the provinces in the north. In 2048 BC, the gods led by Enlil had enough of Shulgi's state failures and personal dulce vita and decreed for him the death of a sinner. Significantly, it was exactly then that by divine order, Abram left Haran for Canaan. Also in that same year, 2048 BC, Marduk arrived in Haran, making it his headquarters for the next 24 years. His arrival there, recorded in a well-preserved clay tablet, posed a new and direct challenge to Enlilite hegemony. Besides the military significance, the move deprived Samir of its economically vital commercial ties. A shrunken Samir was now under siege. Marduk's chess move to establish his command post in Haran enabled Nabu to marshal his cities toward the Great Sea to set his course. Individual site names reveal that those places included the all-important landing place in Lebanon and the mission control center of Shalem, aka Jerusalem. And then came Marduk's claim that the spaceport region was no longer neutral. It was to be considered a Marduk and Nabu domain. With Egypt his original dominion, he now controlled all the space-related facilities. The Enlilites understandably could not accept such a situation. Shulgi's successor, his son Mr Sin, lost no time launching one military expedition after another, culminating with an ambitious and notable expedition to punish the rebel lands of the West. And so it was that in the 7th year of his reign in 2041 BC, Mr Sin led a great military alliance against the sinning cities in the West, including Sodom and Gomorrah. Hoping to regain control of the spaceport, he was, I have suggested in the Wars of Gods of Men, the clash recorded in the Bible as War of the Kings of the East against the Kings of the West. In that first great international war of antiquity, Abram was a participant, commanding a cavalry of camel riders called Ishnar, a literal Hebrew rendering of the Sumerian lunar, cavalrymen. He successfully prevented the invaders from reaching the spaceport. He then pursued the retreating invaders all the way to Damascus, now Syria, to rescue his nephew Lot, whom they had taken captive in Sodom. The conflict between the gods was clearly becoming a far-flung multinational war. Amar-Sin died in 2039 BC, felled not by an enemy lance, but by a scorpion's bite. He was replaced by his brother Shu-Sin. The data for his 9 years' reign record 2 military forays northward, but none westward. They speak mostly of his defensive measures. He relied mainly on building new sections of the wall of the west. The defenses, however, were moved each time ever closer to Samir's heartland, and the territory controlled kept shrinking. By the time the next and last the third king, Ibbi-Sin, ascended to the throne in 2029, invaders from the west broke through the defensive wall and were clashing with Ur's foreign legion, Elamite troops in Sumerian territory. Directing and prompting the Westerners was Nabu. His divine father, Marduk himself, was waiting in Haran for the recapture of Babylon. To the old reasons for seeking supremacy, Marduk now added a celestial argument, claiming that his time for supremacy had come because Enlil's zodiacal age of the bull, Taurus, was ending, and his era, the age of the ram, Aries, was dawning. Ironically, it was his own 2 brothers who pointed out that astronomically observed the zodiacal constellation of the ram had not yet begun. Ningishzida said so from the observatory in Lagash, and Nergal from the scientific station in the lower world. But his brother's findings only angered Marduk and intensified Nabu's recruiting of fighters for Marduk. Frustrated and desperate, Enlil convened the great gods to an emergency assembly. It approved extraordinary steps that changed the future forever. Amazingly, various written records from antiquity have survived, providing us not just with an outline of events, but with great details about the battles, the strategies, the discussions, the arguments, the participants, and their moves, and the crucial decisions that resulted in the most profound upheaval on Earth since the deluge. Augmented by the date formulas and varied other references, the principal sources for reconstructing those dramatic events are the relevant chapters in Genesis. Marduk's statements in a text known as the Marduk Prophecy, a group of tablets in the Spartoli collection in the British Museum known as the Kelidora Omar texts, and a large autobiographical text dictated by the god Nergal to a trusted scribe, a text known as the Era Epos. As in a movie, usually a crime thriller to which the various eyewitnesses and principals describe the same event, not exactly the same way, but from which the real story emerges, so are we about to retrieve the actual facts in this case. Marduk, we learn from those sources, did not personally attend the emergency council summoned by Enlil, but sent to them an appeal in which he repeatedly asked, "Until when?" The year 2024 BC marked the 72nd anniversary of his life on the run, the time it takes the zodiacal circle to move 1 degree. It was 24 years since he had been waiting in Haran, and he asked, "Until when? When will my days of wandering be completed?" Called to make the Enlilite case, Ninurta blamed everything on Marduk, from accusing his followers of defiling Enlil's temple in Nippur. Amar-Sin's accusations were mainly against Nabu. Nabu was summoned, and before the gods of the son of his father came, speaking for his father, he blamed Ninurta. Voicing accusations against Nergal, he got into a shouting match with Nergal, and showing disrespect to Enlil, evil he spoke, accusing the Lord of the command of injustice and condoning destruction. Enki spoke up. "What are Marduk and Nabu actually accused of?" he asked. His ire was directed especially at his son Nergal. Why do you continue the opposition? He asked him. The two argued so much that in the end, Enki shouted to Nergal to get out of his presence. It was then that Nergal, vilified by Marduk and Nabu, ordered out by his father Enki, consulting with himself, concocted the idea of resort to the awesome weapons. He did not know where they were hidden, but knew that they existed on Earth, locked away in a secret underground place. According to a text cataloged as CT-XVI, lines 44 through 46, somewhere in Africa, in the domain of his brother Gibble, based on our current level of technology, they can be described as 7 nuclear devices. Clad with terror, with a brilliance, they rush forth. They were brought to Earth unintentionally from Nibiru by the fleeing Alalu and were hidden away in a secret, safe place a long time ago. Enki knew where, so did Enlil. Meeting again as a war council, the gods, overruling Enki, voted to follow Nergal's suggestion to give Marduk a punishing blow. There was constant communication with Anu. Anu to Earth the words was speaking. Earth to Anu the words pronounced. He made clear that his approval for the unprecedented step of using the awesome weapons was limited to depriving Marduk of the Sinai spaceport, but that neither gods nor people should be harmed. Anu, lord of the gods on the earth, had pity, the ancient records state, choosing Nergal and Ninurta to carry out the mission. The gods made absolutely clear to them its limited and conditional scope. In 2024 BC, Ninurta called in the epic Isham the Scorcher, and Nergal called in the epic Era the Annihilator. Unleashed nuclear weapons that obliterated the spaceport and the adjoining sinning cities in the plain south of the Dead Sea. Abraham, according to the Bible, who was then encamped in the mountains overlooking the Dead Sea, was visited earlier that day by 3 Malachim, translated angels, but literally meaning emissaries, and was forewarned by their leader of what was about to happen. The other 2 went ahead to Sodom, where Abraham's nephew Lot dwelt. That night, we know from the Era Epos, Isham, Ninurta, to the Mount Most Supreme set his course, and his divine black bird arriving there. With 2 pinpointed nuclear drops, the spaceport was obliterated by Ninurta. First, the Mount Most Supreme, Mount Mashu of the Gilgamesh epic, with its inner tunnels and hidden facilities, then the adjoining plain that served for landing and takeoff. The scar in the Sinai Peninsula is still visible to this day. As a NASA photograph from space shows, the plain amid white limestone mountains is still covered and crushed and thoroughly burned with blackened rocks. Yeah, it's true. You can definitely tell something got unleashed there. The obliteration of the sinning cities was a muddled affair. According to the Sumerian text, Ninurta tried to dissuade Nergal from carrying it out. According to the Bible, it was Abraham who pleaded with one of the 3 angels who had dropped in on him to spare the cities if as few as 10 righteous ones shall be found in Sodom. That evening in Sodom, 2 angels sent to verify whether the city should be spared were mobbed up by a crowd seeking to sodomize them. Uphealing was inevitable, but they agreed to delay it in order to give Lot, Abraham's nephew, and his family enough time to escape to the mountains. Then at dawn, Era, emulating Isha, the cities he finished off, to desolation he upheavaled them. Sodom and Gomorrah and 3 other cities in the disobedient land he obliterated. The Bible, in virtually identical words, relates that as the sun was risen over the earth, from the skies were those cities upheavaled with brimstones and fire that have come from Yahweh. That is how it was, the Bible states, when the Elohim annihilated the cities of the plain. 5 nuclear devices dropped by the Annihilator, Nergal did it. And then the law of unintended consequences proved itself true on a catastrophic scale. For an unexpected consequence of the nuclear holocaust was the death of Sumir itself. A poisonous nuclear cloud driven eastward by unexpected winds overwhelmed all life in Sumir. And that's the end of that chapter. Chapter 14. I said 15 earlier. Sorry about that. That's the end of chapter 14. Chapter 15 is our next chapter, Buried in Grandeur. Chapter 15, Buried in Grandeur. 4,000 years after the nuclear calamity in AD 1922, a British archaeologist named Leonard Woolley came to Iraq to dig up ancient Mesopotamia. Attracted by the imposing remains of a ziggurat that stood out in the desert plain, he chose to start excavating at the adjoining site locally called Tel El Muqayyar. As ancient walls, artifacts, and inscribed clay tablets were unearthed, he realized that he was digging up ancient Ur of the Chaldees. His efforts, lasting 12 years, were carried out as a joint expedition of the British Museum in London and the University of Pennsylvania Museum in Philadelphia. Some of those institutions' most dramatic exhibits consist of objects, artifacts, and sculptures found by Sir Leonard Woolley in Ur. But what he had found may well transcend anything that has ever been put on display. As the arduous task of removing layers of soil, the desert sands, the elements, and time accumulated over the ruins progressed, the contours of the ancient city started to emerge.
Yep, weapons.
Here were
Five
the walls.
nasty boom booms.
There were the harbor and canals, the residential
We
quarter,
repeat
the palace,
We're gonna have
and the
some more
Tumal,
fun.
the artificially raised areas of the sacred precinct. Digging at its edge, Woolley made the find of a century. A cemetery, thousands of years old, that included unique royal tombs. The excavations in the residential areas of the city established that Ur's inhabitants followed the Sumerian custom of burying their dead right under the floors of their dwellings.
If they blow up Damascus, duck, would be my advice. Yeah, I agree. Well, thing is, these cats know the past and they know what's coming in the future, and it depends on their future depends on our past repeating. Unfortunately, Josh keeps saying, oh man, these guys are we're nasty, and now no wonder our power structure is like it is." Well, or these guys are hungry for the bloodline and this and that. And I'm like, well, yeah, because they're still here. The direct line still rules over us. He's been playing this game with us so long. Yeah, they count on us not knowing what we are and who we are. Like, they even admitted they didn't know fully what we were writing ourselves. And they took on that and impersonated them globally as gods, using these things that we were drawing. And it's like, well, we didn't have speech. They gave us speech and language once they realized, once they realized, because in different texts, not these ones we listened to yet, or so far, they talk about well, they did to Adam and Eve, how they had to put us to sleep at that point. But they talk about how they couldn't separate us from our power, because that which gave us power gave us life. and it would be in the Babel story, and but it's not the Marduk version, and I can't remember exactly which one it is. It's one of the old man. The old ones read so different than the ones that are like third and fourth generation, like the Enuma Elish. Everybody thinks that's like the creation tale. Well, that's actually the third telling of that tale. It began with the Lost Book of Enki, with Enki's private letters and written in first person. So that Marduk tale is like at least the third version of it. But he's already moved into Egypt at that point and taken on the personification of Ra, the Amen. And that's when we started having issues down there, and you can see it. You see, we were drawing about, and well, of course, they know about the pre-dynasty, but nobody ever talks about pre-dynastic Egypt. It's always the later dynasties that we're talking about. And if you'd been around while I was learning what was going on with how I was reading these hieroglyphs, I was realizing some of the ones in the older, or the, how do you say, the newer dynasties, then I guess, the ones closer to us, they've completely fucked the language that we had in the pre-dynastic. That's what I'm getting. They just completely changed everything, so, including the creation tales, like 7 times that I've found. And there's still versions out there I haven't heard, because I heard of one last night, I think, in the Osiris. They were doing the Book of the Dead. Josh, I got on the Book of the Dead somehow, and they talked about how Horus was actually born out of the head of Osiris, not as the later given tales were told about how it became an immaculate conception because Ninurta took the fucking semen out and gave it to Isis. And see, there's 2 versions of that too, a shortened down, dumbed down version that Isis does it herself. See, that's why, I mean, you can tell every time a regime change happened in the Anunnaki, they'll repeat their fucking stories, but they'll change the heroes in it and shit. It's kind of crazy. And change each little process a little bit. So it's, and looking at that and actually going to these places that he's telling you go look at. I also, as I'm listening to this, I'm realizing like lost civilizations, fucking immense amount. I mean, this is where I've heard of Sargon and all the real good stories of them too. Fall. There we go. Fall of Civilizations. That's the name of the channel. This motherfucker here. See, in I love his episodes. They last an hour or two. They're like Josh, and he just goes in. He's commercialized.
Stadia streams games directly from Google's data centers to your device.
So does Josh.
The longer you're subscribed to Stadia Pro, and the more free games you claim, the larger your collection will.
Here's the link for this video here. It's a Sumerian.
In the year 1625, an Italian nobleman named
Number
Pietro
8,
della
the
Valle
Sumerians.
went on a tour of the Middle East. Della Valle was a prolific traveler. He journeyed around Asia,
And he's
North
got the right
Africa, and even
accent.
India.
Sounds official.
He married an Assyrian Christian princess in Damascus, and now the two of them traveled together, journeying by horseback and camel, accompanied
But
by
this
local
is the
guides.
kind of shit you get here. It's
At this
like
time,
boots on the
travel in this
ground. We're
region
fucking
couldn't
in.
be more dangerous.
Oh,
The
fuck,
Ottoman
it's
and
awesome.
Persian empires were
Awesome.
at war, fighting over who would rule in Baghdad. And meanwhile, local bandits took advantage of the chaos to prey on travelers.
He's a little more
In those
adventurous than
days,
Josh.
lions even roamed in these hills. Due to these various
Puts
dangers,
together some amazing,
Della Valle's guides were
amazing
constantly
shit,
on
though.
edge.
I really like this channel.
It was June the 18th, 1625, when they spotted a distant group of tribesmen on the horizon.
I've done a lot of research
Their
through this
guides
guy, too.
decided that they might be in danger and began to search for a place to hide. In the distance, they spotted the looming mass of a series of enormous
Yeah,
ruins,
but I was a kid.
as Della Valle later wrote
just
in
a
his
kid.
memoirs.
And it was like at
Being
a
suspicious
fucking,
of some Arabian vagrants or
some kind of
vagabonds.
circus.
For
or
more
some shit.
security,
Wasn't
we
anything
removed a mile
like-
further and
Yeah,
took up
I rode
our
an
station
elephant,
under
too.
a little hill near some ruins of buildings, which we saw from
I
far
can't
away.
remember. I think I rode the elephant like Disney World
Della
or some
Valle's
shit. I don't
group
remember where it
stayed in
was.
those
so I rode
ruins
the
for
elephant.
several nights,
It's in
while
Florida.
their guides negotiated with the local ruler, asking for safe passage. During the
It's
day,
in Florida.
under the baking Iraqi sun, Della Valle passed his time by walking
I used to
among
smoke
those
camels.
monumental ruins.
Our removal hence
I
being
quit
still
doing that. I
deferred,
can breathe a
I
lot
went
better.
in the forenoon to take a more diligent view of the ruins of the above said ancient building.
Oh,
What it had
shit.
been, I could not understand, but I had found it to have been built with very good
I
bricks,
couldn't find my
most of
foot
which
tool.
was stamped with certain unknown letters which appeared very ancient. I observed that they had been
All
cemented together
all
not with lime, but with bitumen or pitch.
Della Valle was fascinated by the broken fragments of writing that littered the ground of this ruined place. He explored further and wrote down some of the symbols that he saw again and again, stamped into the stones and
Into the
pieces
stones
of
and
clay brick.
Yeah, baby.
Surveying the ruins again,
I gotta
I
create an
found on the
operation.
ground
I couldn't
some
find my
pieces
foot
of
tool.
black
I'm gonna
marble,
use my
hard and fine, engraven with the same letters as the bricks, which seemed to me to be a kind of seal. Amongst other symbols which I discovered in that short time, two I found in many places. One was like a pyramid, and the other resembled a star of 8 points.
Della Valle and his wife didn't know it, but they had stumbled across the ruins of Ur, the city that had formed the center of one of mankind's first civilizations. This society was known as Sumer, and it was where so much of the world we know today first began. Eventually, negotiations with the local leader fell apart, and Della Valle's guides
telling you right
no
now,
longer felt
this guy
safe
right here.
camped out there in the ruins. They departed.
I have gleaned a lot of fucking information off of this one channel that you're listening to right now. I've listened to this guy for fucking years, and he just keeps putting them out, and they are all absolutely interesting. He puts you right in the scene. You're like right there. You're the fucking archaeologist checking out, getting shot at and hung and chased around by heathens. I really do. I like this guy. He's good too. That's why I just had that thought while I was in the shower. I was like, man, you know, a lot of this information I've gotten came from this motherfucker right here, because he'll take you through all these empires and read these tablets and go through all this shit and fucking. This one that we're listening to right now is 3 hours old or 3 hours long, and it's Sumerian 8. I mean, I don't even know how many Sumerian fucking This guy just goes on and on and on and on and on with the tablets. It's amazing how much is out there. And nobody's really looking at, because we know a lot about these motherfuckers now. At this point, we've been looking at them pretty hard for a while when we stumbled across our fucking mounds of sand and decided to dig in them. Started finding some shit. You wanted to ride a 2-hump camel. Yeah, they do. They have a lot of 1-hump camels over there. They only run them on about half a tank. Hey, they got plenty of fuel. You don't have to fill them up, both humps. It's fucking Saudis, yo. Filling up two fucking camel humps. That's for the slummers. Hey, we talk about the BMW camel only got 1 hump, motherfucker. And the other hump just get in your way. See, that's how it works over there. We got the misconception that 2 is better. And it's just not. I know. I've seen. Yeah, you see mostly one hump camels. That is true. Yeah, I just cleaned my bowl out. It's empty. I still got a delicious hit off of that fucking thing because all the hash up in there. Yummy. Yummy. I want to scrape some of that in there. Just in case, after the apocalypse hits, I run out of weed. I'm going to have some really good fucking resin, boys and girls. Oh my God, that shit is sticky like a booger. Look at that. Fucking booger resin. Look at this. You are witnessing the squeezing of a nickel. I will squeeze fuck out of that nickel. If I'm putting some high dollar fucking hash in there like that shit, boy, that is gonna get me high again. Maybe. I mean, one of these days, if I run out of weed, I know where to find some fucking good fucking resin. I'll be like, all right, I don't have to kill anybody today. Oh my God. Did I mention I have PTSD? You want to see my DD-214? It's laying over there somewhere. It says this motherfucker got issues with fucking taking orders. Not everybody got a DD-214. I got one. It says I quit. It says I'm out of the Navy and I won't come back. Come think of it. I don't even know what information is on my DD-214. I ain't looked at that thing in forever. But yeah, I remember seeing one hump camel back in the day too. That ain't never changed, did it? 4 hours. Why you gotta wait for 4 hours? Do you know? I don't know. I'll tell you. There's a couple of them gunning for it though. They settled down though. I think they realized they ain't gonna fucking piss me off. I'm making videos and I'm too fucking smart for dumb shit. They ain't gonna sidetrack me. It's fucking stupid. Motherfuckers, bring me the link or shut the fuck up. That's where I'm at. If it's so goddamn normal, why in the hell are they having to work 6 or 7 of them all day long, since 2014, with their fucking mouth running? But never one time can any one of them bring me a legitimate link that explains how normal it is for the fucking moon to do a cartwheel every night. That's all I want. Hours and hours and hours and hours. Each and every one of them try and tell me it's normal. Try and tell you, try and make videos is normal. You know them motherfuckers are doing what? They getting paid to do that shit. That's what they fucking doing. They getting paid to do that shit. Or is to it. I ain't gonna let them get me all fucking riled up. They say something stupid, I'll go there and be like, "Where's my link, bitch?" Drop the mic on them. They ain't coming to the end of this chat. You don't see them in this chat. They know who we are. They're in here. You don't see them. You know it ain't gonna do them a goddamn bit of good over here. Y'all are as old as I am, or older. The fuck are they gonna do over here in this chat? Waste their time? They could be making a video. Jesus. These fucking people with my name running around telling people lies. That's crazy. What did I do with my marijuana? Did I leave it downstairs again? I probably did. I seem to have lost my marijuanas. I'm going to hit this sugar hash once and be like, all right, good night. Oh, dear. What did I do with my motherfucking marijuanas? I must have left it downstairs. I must have. Because I don't see, all I see is my sugar hash, my bubble kush, sugar hash. I see that. And, God, not a whole lot of Five Eyes nations are legal. So let me show y'all bitch ass motherfucker 5 Eye bitches what it looks like. Have yourself some normal THC. Danger. You see that? Motherfucker holding it upside down. Look, oh no. Holding it upside down again. You can't read it. Can't read it. It's secret THC. You can't read it unless you're legally in Colorado. This one here doesn't have anything on its back. I pulled that shit off. It was advertising evil TH marijuanas. Marijuanas. I love my trolls. I'd get you high if I could, but I can't because you're little bitches. And I don't get little bitches high. I'm gonna go find my marijuana bag. I know it's downstairs. I don't know why I wouldn't have brought it up though. I'm still all looking around like it's just going to be somewhere I haven't looked yet. I don't think it's the case. And I didn't throw it on the ground. That's always a good thing if you can tell the boss to take his job and shove it and don't have to worry about criminal fucking prosecution. You made a very educated decision, Gino. You made a very educated decision, sir. Very smart. I would not suggest getting mixed up in that fucking mess of bullshit called military. You ain't doing nobody no favors. Especially people in this country. Especially right now. I mean, you may as well be dropping the bombs on your own neighborhood at this point. He slides back in, safe at home. Found my marijuana right where I thought it was. My lady don't never leave home. No, I already told you earlier, no. What? Really? 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 You just gonna take my lap. Just gonna take it. Look at you. Is that sufficient for you? Are you good? Hi, cheeky. He's got himself a lap. He's found comfort in a Zen mode. Look what I'm doing, Chico. Yeah, you better run. I'm gonna start smelling funny smoke over here. Go lay down with Miss Patches. She won't blow smoke at you, Chico. She might eat you. He's over there looking at her like, can I lay down next to you? Please, God, don't eat me. She's obviously had so much enough of Chico. He's afraid of her. He's taking his time. He's up on the cushion. He's on the cushion. He's waiting to see if she's going to move. He usually likes laying down right beside her butt. Oh, look, he's back. Ah! Oh, fuck nut. What's up, Ajax? It ain't one of no mass destruction weapons. It never was. They had to get ready for this. Get set up. Everybody they hadn't got set up with. And everybody who wasn't happy about the regime change of the goddamn Anunnakis. And that would include Saddam motherfucking Hussein of Persia. Now this shit is called Bubba Kush Sugar Wax. It acts like sugar. It acts like brown sugar, actually. It's pretty crazy. Some good fucking wax. So fucking good hash ola. I'm gonna get my little mini scooper. You got a little spoon head. A little mini scoop. My little THC crystals on out of there. Into my bowl where they belong. Now, just for the fuck of it, we put a lid back on this one. Nice and tight. Keep it fresh, nice and tight. And bring out this one. This here is mandarin orange hashola. And it'll stick to your motherfucking ass like a booger. It's some beautiful fucking hash. So I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of orange in on my Bubba Kush sugar hash, and we're gonna have a little salad bowl. And I'm gonna pack it all in there nice on top of my marijuanas. Oh man, see, I'm already ready for a pillow just looking at that bowl. I got indica flat all over it. Oh my goodness. So excited I can't even screw the lid back on my oranges. All right, everything back in its proper place where it belongs. Let's get high so Daddy can pass out. Let's see. Oh damn, it's 12 o'clock. I gotta make sure the alarm is set. Oh, it is. Very good. My alarm will ring in 7 hours or so. You've already heard my ringtone. Good morning. Pow, 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 pow. You get that at 7 o'clock in the morning after being up all night. It's like, oh yay. Pow, pow, pow. Let's go wake up the baby. It's school time every fucking morning. He don't get no days off. I don't get no days off. No, we take Sunday, Saturday sometimes. Mostly Saturday, sometimes Sunday. I like to warm up on Sunday, get ready for Monday. take Saturday off. It seems to roll better. Oppenheimer Youth Project. Sounds awful like Oppenheimer Ranch, but no. I haven't heard that. Oppenheimer Ranch. Well, yes, I have heard of that. You don't want to ask me my opinion on Oppenheimer Ranch. They're in bed with WSO, period. They're in that same fucking group. Relentless Maverick just had a rant about that, the funding, and how they fund each other, and Steve's funding Oppenheimer, the ranch. Yeah. So expect much fuckery. There you go. Yep, that's probably why. Yeah, it's all in the same group there. Valerie said she was smoking some devil's weed. Oh boy. That's rough. It must have been in Texas. Very true, Gino. Nah, there won't be any, Chad. Not from them. They just, well, they won't be talking about it. What can I say? They'll probably be the last ones. That maybe Richie from Boston. Or is it Daytona this week? Oh man. Now Richie from Boston ain't a bad guy, I guess. I don't know. I don't. Ah, God. They're all in that whole Oppenheimer group and shit, and they just don't fucking give a lot of truth. And I get hammered with them all the time. And it's like, holy shit, guys. Why don't you give these fucking Daytona Boston people a rest? I equate them with like Albers. Oh God, that lady just sticks to my fucking back of my throat and gives me a bad taste in my mouth for fucking physicists. This is the Truth Channel. Oh my God, 72 stellar course, spewing smoke, lightning, water, magma, all coming out of a planet, and it's like, holy fuck, man. You look up stellar core, and it's like, it's the innermost, hottest part of a sun. And it's like, well, what the fuck? His number who doing was 17 fucking stellar cores. That are doing things that the fucking dictionary says stellar cores should never do. I never seen a stellar core spit water until fucking she said so. And then oil, crude oil. One time the smoke and fire. And then what's the internet Wiccan bitch today? Just all over me. I'm all like, oh my god, look at this girl. She's in Five Eyes. I don't think it's a girl. I think it's Daza. I think it's Daza. That's good shit. Here's the night. The Black Knight moves. They are very deadly, them horses. I'll tell you what, I'll beat the motherfucker ass with a fucking knife. And jump around, do shit. I like my castles. Rooks. God, there was some good tasting marijuanas. I love a queen. I love a good queen. But yeah, I always lead out with the knights. People are like, oh God, oh God. You can jump him over your pawn in the first move and he's out there looking badass. Intimidation effect comes out. Oh no, the knight's after me. He's gonna get my queen. I love playing chess. Me and Seamus play all the time. The boy has come close to beating me before. I was like, damn, boy. His friends, not so much. I played chess with his friends too. Not so much. No. It hasn't. A few years ago, I think about 8 years ago now, Ajax. There were minor deaths worldwide because some big mysterious charge went through all these fucking actual veins of gold that they were mining deep in the earth and killed all these miners globally. I understand that was some kind of safety switch. I don't know how it worked. But no, it hasn't hurt her ability to drive. She's driving. If I was driving, you would have known. Number one, that we tilted. You would have known, and we would have probably done run into the moon a few times, and all that. So, yeah, she's doing pretty good. I know, right? It's amazing watching her work. I'm like, damn. But she's just hanging out in the void, waiting. Got her family around her. They're having a little picnic. I don't know what they eat. I haven't got that far yet. It was not a dumbass question, although I have covered that. I gave my gold back. I buried my gold. So I had gold for work. Not a lot, but I actually buried it. There ain't no apologies. You're doing good. You're asking questions that show me you've been at least looking around, which is something a lot of people won't do. I mean, 1 out of 4 will go back to the older videos right away, and they'll be like, "Bam!" and they'll start learning. You're doing that, and I'm seeing that. That's awesome. There ain't no stupid question. I only freak out if you ask stupid questions. Like, is the Earth a frisbee? I might not freak out on you, but I'm definitely going to pin you up top and make an example out of you and give you a little bit of reprimand. Or I don't know. The moon should do cartwheels nightly. I mean, you're that one. I'll just block you. If you ain't got NASA link telling me the moon should do cartwheels nightly, I'm just going to block you. Other than that, you're pretty safe, I think. It's just I get so many fucktards doing that a day, it's not even funny. Yep, and scientifically is imperative. If you want to be able to answer your own questions eventually, you'll be able to read these things really good. You'll get a really good understanding of magnets and magnetism and the way your biology is built and all kinds of shit out of Louis. It's got a lot of good information over in this channel. And he's got a lot more patience than I do too. Like homebrew. Leo cuss, he'll get upset. He's all uptight. But he's a good teacher. He's a good teacher. He'll sit and draw you stuff, hold your hand. I ain't gonna, I ain't gonna do that. I might throw something at you. I ain't gonna sit and hold your hand. I'm more like the nun style teacher. I carry around a big old fucking ruler and I'm just looking for knuckles to whack. Don't worry, it'll be okay. I'll send you over to Homebrew. He'll take care of you, make your knuckles feel better. He's got patience too. Finding hot spots. What, of COVID? I missed something up there. of the curse of the mummy. I've found the causes. No. No, I haven't looked into any of that mysticism stuff. I don't know. I've been just listening to the tales and the legends. Not anything really modern yet, because I'm just fuck. We've all heard those stories. No, I haven't even looked in that direction actually. So, not yet. I ain't saying I won't eventually. I'm still trying to find hieroglyphs because, like, every fourth or fifth hieroglyph I look at, I can really read it well. And it's just, they're kind of hard to see, kind of hard to find, kind of hard to understand where they are next to another hieroglyph because they got them all chopped up and shit. Yes, catfish glass eyes homebrews. Absolutely. Absolutely legit. Ah, my toe hurts. You guys ever get a big callus on your toe? I got a bad back, so it's the only thing I can attribute it to. Because I've looked at it, I was wondering at one point, is that it? But I've cut off probably a quarter inch of skin across my fucking whole toe before. If I don't keep that shit whittled down, that if I'm on my feet a lot, it hurts. My fucking toe hurts just to exist. I got a rock hard spot on it. I try and whittle down. This motherfucker ain't wanting to whittle. I clipped some of it off. Rough times. Broken back fucking translates to fucking sore feet. I'm glad I got sore feet though. I mean, I know motherfucking I could be in a wheelchair. I ain't bitching. I'm just saying. Fucking saying I ain't bitching. That's for damn sure. Ice cream. Oh, grapefruit hand cream. It's getting late. I'm sitting here envisioning Valeria rubbing fucking ice cream on her feet. I'm sorry, Ajax. Rubbing ice cream on her feet. Oh, that's funny. Oh. Military, yeah, military fucking shit boots will do that too. Yeah, so will shit shoes. It ain't so bad shoes, but nah, it's a thing. Both my fucking toes will do that. Yeah, it hurts. So I was trying to cut some of that shit off. It wasn't working. I have to get me another tool. I can't find my fucking foot tool. Little fucking sandpaper thing. with a stick on it. I think the kid probably broke my sandpaper thing and fucking hit it, threw away. An angle grinder, exactly. Oh, yes. Sparks flying and shit. Yes. It's like that. Fucking hard as fuck. That's what you use on your hoofs. Yeah. I was thinking that's probably the next step. But it's not nearly as bad. I'm not on my feet a lot anymore. Dude, when I was in that gallery all day long, every day, I couldn't take it. That was one of the things I just couldn't take, was being on my feet like that all day. I'm beat the fuck up. I can't handle a full-time job on my feet. I ain't never supposed to be on my feet all day. Yeah, I know my limits. You know, and yeah, I couldn't hang. Couldn't hang. After a year, I just had to call it quits. No, I need to go home. I made my home in Colorado. But yeah, my legs have hurt a lot less since I got off of them. So much. A lot less cramping. I was cramping up almost every day and working that floor all the time. Yeah, that's what I said. I couldn't find my fucking scraper tool in my. I was in there for fucking half the time I was in the shower. I'm looking for my goddamn scraper tool. And my foot hurt. I'm like, where the fuck's my tool? I never found it. I don't think it's under the sink. It shouldn't be. Maybe he put it under there. Every once in a while, he'll move my shit around. I'll accuse him of fucking throwing it away. What the fuck you throwing my shit away for? No, I didn't throw it away. It's over there, Dad. Well, thanks for telling me. Thank you very much. Sorry. I gotta see if I can't locate my foot scraper. I need it. The whole chat had gnarly feet. Yay. I am so glad I'm not alone in this. I really am. So you guys understand why I'm sitting over here pulling an operation on my foot with the foot clippers. This motherfucking fucking football pad that my fucking foot just developed needs to be cut off. It's starting to get to that painful point that it's so thick. It's not actually, it's not actually the skin that hurts. It's the skin under it that hurts. It's like fucking Inky and then little bad design. Bad design. And Inky, he didn't design anything. He just poured it in. we heard all about him. He wasn't too worried about design. If it wasn't moving fast enough, I think he's going to lay into it. Everybody got that sore fucking foot pad, man. That's good. I'm glad to know I'm not alone in that area, because I'll tell you what, it feels lonely some days. It's like, holy fuck, my foot hurts so bad. And I ain't got no corn on it or nothing. I developed this huge fucking, it's a callus. It's like a callus. It's like fucking callus on my toes. It's fucking thick. It gets so thick it hurts your foot. It's fucking awesome. I thought I was the only one. But yeah, I blame my back because that seems to be the condition that keeps popping up with that. I was wondering, what the fuck is wrong with my foot? Now, you know how you do when you're looking for your symptoms. I interneted doctored myself and found that most likely it's because of the way I hold my weight because of my back. So figure all us old fogies that fucked up our backs when we was young. We walk around like penguins and sore toes. But it's fun getting old. As long as you don't get old alone, right? We get to find out these things together that nobody talks about. My motherfucking corns be hurting. Well, vinegar's an acid, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, and it does. That's what they say, Ajax. They say if you're even off a little bit, it's going to show up in your step. I was like, huh. I've had this motherfucking back broke one way and then back the other way, then back again, and it's thrown around all over the place. So I'm not sure exactly where it is in degrees of separation. I'll tell you what, it is translating hard on this foot. So yeah, I think that's the only thing I can attribute it to. Because it ain't like I'm out here climbing mountains with my toe. Or I ain't doing anything crazy. I definitely shouldn't have a fucking callus on my goddamn toe like somebody been swinging a fucking sledgehammer in their socky wet fucking hand all day. You know? So yeah, that said the back is off and you're gonna be seeing it in your step. Oh yeah, it's a little painful. Like I said, it could be worse. I could be in a chair. I'm doing great, honestly. No, no. Um, I'm in the same boat with you there, Ballard. Pretty much, if I break a bone, I need a tooth pulled. Um, or if I think I'm going to die, which could be from a variety of things. Somebody comes out and fucking flips your fucking truck, tries to destroy you with a great big old fucking Dodge Ram. You might want to go to the hospital, have an X-ray or two. I went to the hospital for a toothache once. They gave me antibiotics, which is the reason I went to the hospital for my toothache, so I could get some antibiotics. And fuck the hospital bill. I was a poor boy. Thank you for the prescription, though, Doc. I pulled it. I pulled that. Why not, man? That's that oath. Say if you can't afford it, we're gonna treat you. Well, okay. I'm full custody dad, and they don't always give dad the Medicaids because he's the dad. See, that's how that works. Well, the two of these teeth that I just had pulled this week, I had broke off inside the gum about 18 years ago. It began with a pearl in an oyster, too small to even mention. Motherfucker got in my fucking crack of those two teeth and split them both. I was in so much pain, I tried to pull them myself and broke them off at the gum line. And that's where they stayed for at least 18 years. So abscess is kind of like that would be an understatement. My jaw was fucked. By the time doctor he pulled the fucking one piece out and he's like, man, that thing tried to grow into your fucking bone, dude. I was sitting there looking at the spur on it. I'm like, been there about 18 years and it shouldn't have been. They're gone now. They're gone. They're gone. I ain't never got to worry about them again. They're gone. Thank God they're gone. I can't believe I put up with them that long in my head. It ain't like I didn't have a couple $100 to pull my fucking tooth. I'm fucking terrified of the dentist. See where we're going here? Fucking terrified. I would rather just saw my arm off. Don't make me go to the dentist. So they stayed in there for a good long time until I just had enough of it. And I was like, look, get in there and get them pulled out. So I did. And I've regretted every minute of it all week. Fuck, man, they never hurt that bad. They ain't never going to hurt again once these stitches come out. Oh, yeah, those accidents of 15 that you forgot about. Fuck, Gino. You gotta remind me. Getting old is funny. It will give you memories. That's something you probably didn't think you were going to think about too much either anymore, did you? Like, oh, fuck it, that's in my past. Da-da-da. And then one day you're like, fuck, where did that come from? And it hits you. It's like, fuck, that was a long time ago. I know good and damn well because that's the same pain I was feeling back then. Memories. That's funny shit. Catching up on you. Oh, it's hard. Oh, you have braces. I can imagine. Those things are a nightmare. Well, yeah. I'm sure I could have made $100 or $200 extra just to go. I blow glass. I could have. I could have. I could have. I just made excuses not to. I could have. I just made excuses not to. terrified of the dentist. Absolute terror. I don't like needles in my jaw. I don't like the drill. I do not like the drill. Other than the drill and the shooting with the needle thing, generally I can handle anything the dentist would throw at me. Like I said, I just sat there and didn't even move. I held my jaw like it was in a vice while he sat there and pulled them fucking things. That way I didn't move. I didn't care. I didn't flinch. That doesn't bother. It's that needle and the drill. You pull out drill. I don't give a fuck. I'm numb as fuck. You pull out the drill and start touching me with the drill, I'm just gonna cringe. I'm back into my seat. I can't take it. It's my dentist fucked me up as a kid. But he'd find a little hole in my tooth and he'd clamp that fucking tooth and fucking go to drilling that motherfucker and hollow it out and pound that fucking metal in there. I'd sit there and he'd never give me Novocaine for it. My childhood dentist. All right. So that trained me to absolutely fear upon death and threat of death. Fucking all those ugly fucking fears that you can imagine of that goddamn drill. The noise of it, the fucking feel of it. I am a very, very not a fan of the dentist drill. It is a terror weapon. Oh my God. You still haven't gone to see your friend? I don't know if I would either. I'd want him to still be a friend. Oh, I was like knee high to a gopher. My mom and dad never. See, I was thinking about that the other night. You know, my mom and dad never one time walked back into the back room with the dentist and me. Ever once, never once, ever. That motherfucker had free will in my mouth and fucking. I think he was a sadist, dude. My kid's doing 16 years old, and I go to the dentist in the back with him. But then again, I had a horrible fucking childhood dentist that absolutely terrified me for life of those people and their drill. Oh my God. I can't even think how to describe that. It was fucking terrifying. Yeah, I could handle a scolding. Motherfucker tell me, nah, you ain't gonna feel this. You don't need no Novocaine. It's just your tooth. And he would drill that motherfucker hollow and pour in the fucking metal, start pounding with this little mallet. He literally had a mallet and he was pounding the fucking metal in there. And I've heard, yeah, he pulled, and with no Novocaine. No fucking Novocaine. As a kid. The only time I ever had Novocaine as a kid was I went to a different dentist at one point, and I don't remember why. But we went back to like Dr. Sprang again after that. I don't remember why I went to a different dentist that time, but I did. Exactly. Well, see, that's the whole thing. I started losing the enamel on my teeth was popping off around the filling because he cracked all. He fucking cracked my teeth too. But yeah, the metal expanded, cracked every one of my fucking molars that had. He had done that too. That was mostly this side and this up in here and over back in here. This had the pearl did these guys in. That was actually two of the healthiest teeth I had. Isn't that fucking funny? Damn it. I lost them to a fucking pearl and an oyster. I love oysters. That little pearl. Man. Okay. Here. All right. You see that little thing in the middle? Like the little rivet that holds that together? That pearl wasn't no bigger than that. It might even have been about half that size. Fucking in a damn oyster. It wasn't even worth fucking finding, you know what I mean? And I reminded my boy's mom about it yesterday, and she laughed, and she's like, I still got that pearl. I said, fuck, I ain't got the teeth no more. And she laughed, and she says, I'm actually glad to hear you got rid of those fucking teeth. Oh my God. But yeah, we were still together in Florida at when I broke those teeth. It was a long time ago, man. She's still got that little tiny pearl. Yeah. Well, Ajax, I wasn't even looking for it, of course, or I wouldn't have broke my goddamn tooth. But yeah, I pulled it out of my mouth, gave it to my girl. She still got it. That's funny. She ain't my girl no more, though. Just saying. She still got that pearl. Mm. Mm. You got some fucking ball of hash melting in. And I keep hearing this thing fucking screaming at me over here. Gonna melt into me. So I'm gonna have to call it a night. I gotta go to the dentist in about 9 hours now. 9.5. And get some more work done. I think he's taking the stitches out. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not the dentist. Anyways, y'all have a good night, and if I can talk tomorrow, I'll I don't know if he pulls teeth. I don't know if he doesn't pull teeth. I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. So have a good night. Good night, Sergio. Oh, I'm tired.